Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of the She's Tech Conference. My name is Marina, and I'm honored to be here today as the representative from She's Tech Conference Committee. I'm truly grateful to be here with all of you for this meaningful and empowering event. Today, we're not just hosting a conference, we're bringing together a global community of over 2,500 women from across the tech industry. Whether you are tuning in from Europe, Asia, Americas, or beyond, I want to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. The energy and the passion this community are truly inspiring. Before we dive into our program, let's take a moment to connect. I would love to know where you're joining from. Please write in the chat, tell us what country you are in and how you are feeling today. It's always amazing to see the global reach of this event and feel the collective energy of women in tech from all over the world. I also want to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to the incredible lineup of speakers and stage hosts who are with us today. We are the privilege of welcoming inspired female leaders, tech innovators, HR experts, and women who are breaking barriers in their fields. They've generously agreed to share their experiences, their expertise, and their journeys with us. These voices will provide invaluable insights and inspiration, and we are so grateful for their participation. Now I know there is so much to look forward to today. You can find the full agenda on our website where we've outlined all the sessions. We have multiple stages running simultaneously, so feel free to explore the sessions and join the ones that resonate most with you. There is truly something for everyone, no matter your area of interest or expertise. To help guide you through the day, let me briefly introduce the three main stages of our conference. The workplace stage, this track focuses on strategies and best practices to bridge the gender gap in workplaces. You will hear about how organizations are transforming to create better environments for women, covering everything from talent acquisition to ESG initiatives. To tech stage, here we dive deep into tech innovation. We will explore the latest trends, tools, and technologies that are shaping our world with expert insights from women who are leading in this space. The leadership stage, this is where we focus on breaking barriers and growing into leadership positions. You will hear real stories from amazing leaders who have overcome challenges and opened doors for others. They will share practical advice on how to succeed and grow in your tech career. Now, I'm honored to introduce someone who has been a driving force behind our efforts to empower women in the tech industry. Regina Viadro, the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Digital Technology Services and President of North America at Intellias. Her leadership is not only recognized within our organization, but across the industry, where she has been a vocal advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Regina's dedication to advancing women in tech and her passion for creating opportunities for growth and success are truly inspiring. It's an honor to welcome Regina to the stage to share her insights and kick off this year's She is Tech conference. Please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Regina Viadro.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome, Marina. It is quite an honor to talk to such a wonderful audience of talented women from around the world. I am feeling inspired. You know, I've worked in this industry for 20 some years, and I've seen firsthand some of the challenges that women face at work. Not so long ago, I was the only woman in the room almost every time. And did you know that just 9 years ago, women made up only 17% of C-level positions? Today, that number has grown to 29%. We've made some strides, but there is so much more to accomplish. I've also seen many women struggle as they balance their work and their family life. And as a mom of four who has always worked, I understand how difficult it can be at times to find this balance. Yes, there is improvement, but not enough. A Deloitte report found that women still carry a disproportionate share of caretaking. And I want to acknowledge that outside of family and workplace demands, some of you are dealing with so much more. But there is something I've learned along the way. I've had the privilege of watching many women overcome obstacles and pave their paths with incredible grit and grace. And I'm truly inspired by these women. Here at Intellias, I'm very proud of the fact that we have 48% of management positions held by women. And I've seen our women juggle the many aspects of their lives while working on mission critical projects that literally change the lives of others. And I want to share with you something that, in my opinion, truly makes a difference. And that is inspiration. That inspiration often comes from knowing that someone else has done it before us, that another woman has broken through the barriers, that she has shattered the glass ceiling, that she's taken a leap of faith and succeeded, not only because of her qualifications, but in spite of the hurdles in her path. We need to know that we too can overcome the limitations others have placed upon us and rise to the occasion. You know, it's not enough to have upskilling courses and opportunities for advancement. We have that, and that is terrific, but it's not enough. What we as women need to see is inspiring examples, examples of other women that are thriving in the workplace. Women who find balance in their lives but can still build a career. Women who ascend the corporate ladder if they want to. Women who stumble, even fall, but get up again and climb even higher. Women who achieve great things. This inspiration is what often makes our work meaningful. And it is, in my experience, one of the more critical aspects of a successful company. This is why She is Tech is so important. Last year, 2,000 people attended our conference. This year, it's 3,000. And I believe will only continue to grow. These events create a space for conversations and connections. They remind us that we're not alone in our journeys. They give us reasons to be inspired. They give us a voice so that we can inspire others. And as Michelle Obama once said, the world needs your voice. Because when we women come together, when we share our experiences and our knowledge, we can inspire others and we can inspire each other to create long-lasting and meaningful change. So let's cultivate a culture where we don't only discuss the difficulties that life throws at us, but where we also celebrate a community of strong women who are getting things done. Let's continue to not only support each other, but also inspire each other so that we can achieve great things together. Now, before we proceed, I'd like to also extend a special thank you to our partner, UN Women, and for their support of gender equality and gender diversity in the tech industry and beyond. Thank you for that. And now it's time to hand over the mic to our wonderful stage hosts who will guide you through today's sessions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the workplace stage at She is Tech conference. My name is Agata Wabnitz, and I am Employer Brand and Communication Lead at Intellias. And I'm thrilled to be your host today. We had some technical issues, as we all have in the world of technology and online events, but everything is fixed right now and we are ready to start. So, as we all know, the tech industry sets the standards in so many fields, like HR, leadership, and diversity practices. But despite all of the progress that we have, gender diversity remains a challenge. And today we've gathered experts in recruitment, employer branding, and talent management to share some insights with you and maybe some solutions how to achieve greater gender diversity. So let's dive into strategies that can reshape our future of the tech industry and, of course, beyond. Now, let me highlight a few topics that you can expect today during this session. Gender pay gap, learning, mentoring, and professional development for women, benefits and workplaces that women actually need, employee resources, groups, circles, communities to empower women, menopause friendly workplaces. But before we dive in, I would like to express our gratitude because this conference is organized by Intellias and we are honored to have the support of UN Women in our mission to empower and celebrate women in tech. Remember, this event is all about engagement, about networking, so we kindly encourage you to get involved. If you have any questions, maybe some thoughts or comments, don't hesitate to drop them in the chat. Our team is actively monitoring the chat and they make sure your question will get answered during our Q&A session. So please, let's keep the conversation going and make the most of this amazing event and great opportunity to learn and connect with each other. Okay, get ready for empowering journey and our discussion panel. Now we are moving to important topic. Closing the gap, addressing gender pay disparities in tech. This panel will highlight a key challenge in the global tech industry and explore practical strategies to close the gap. We have an incredible lineup of experts joining us today, and please let me introduce them for you. First, we have Joanna Pais, the Global Communications and Culture Manager.
Good
Next,
morning.
please. Good morning. Hi. Uh, Next, please welcome Joanne Lockwood, the founder and CEO of CEE Change Happen.
Morning.
We are also joined by Maya Kristafor, an employer branding professional and DI consultant at Inclusive Collective.
Hi, everyone.
And to guide this important conversation, we have Claudia Silva, who is DI Global Office and Sustainability Officer for Siemens Portugal. So before we dive into the discussion, welcome everyone and thank you. Thank you for showing and bringing your expertise with us. So I need to say the stage is fully yours.
Good morning. Good morning, all from Portugal. Good afternoon, good night from anywhere in the world that are listening to us. I'm more than happy to moderate this panel with these experts in the tech field. As kindly were introduced before, we have with us today Joanne, Joanna, and Maya that will be sharing their expertise, their challenges, the experiences they had in this tech field through their professional lives. And welcome everyone to this panel to talk about female pay gap in the tech industry. We know that we need to talk about it because it's still a topic that needs to be tackled, that needs to be talked about, that we need to share our experiences. And today we're going to explore exactly that. The challenges, the real life examples, the potential solutions, because we don't want to concentrate on the problem. We want to hear from them, their experiences, and how they actually tackle some of that in their real lives, in the examples that they bring to us. Welcome, lovely panel. Joanna, good morning. Joanne, good morning. Maya, good morning to you. And thank you for being here with us. So, are you energized for this session?
Yes.
Very
Loads
much.
of
Very
coffee
much.
this morning, right? Loads of coffee. We need coffee. Tech industry and coffee are hands to hands, are shaking hands together. So I think that some of the reasons that bring us here all together is actually that we somehow in our professional track see, saw, experience this pay gap. So I will ask you, Joanne. And to start this, if you want to briefly tell you what you do at Sea Change, I think that that will be beneficial for our audience to know exactly what you're driving in your organization, what you are standing for, and also how these unconscious bias that we all have, because we are human, of course, in recruitment and promotion impact also the gender pay gap.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Claudia. So my name is Joanne Lockwood. My pronouns are she and her. So I'm a transgender woman in my late 50s, almost 60. And my background in my previous life was in IT, electronics, and radar, radio communication. So I've spent a fair bit of my career in tech. Currently, I describe myself as the inclusive culture expert. So Sea Change Happen, we are about promoting positive people experiences into organizations. That's working with people, HR, OD, L&D, DEI people to try and promote this positive experience where everyone can thrive in their organization. Recognizing that people who come from marginalized backgrounds, who have less voice, traditionally excluded, have less opportunity to succeed. And I think what we talk about today plays into something that we talk about a lot in terms of these sort of things. And unconscious bias is a fact. It's a reality of life. We can't erase it. All we can do is hope to mitigate it or put systems and processes around the biases that exist to catch it. And I think it's not just women. It's intersectional women. Women of color, women with different backgrounds, women who don't tick all the right boxes. We have beauty bias. We have BMI bias. We have lots of factors go on, and as women we are judged more than just on our capability, but how we show up, how we perform, how we look, how we sound,
Mhm.
in a way that men are never judged in that way. We have a different expectations about us. So I think those biases kick in, and going back to beauty bias, we see disparity in pay for people who look more attractive, and that affects women more than it does men. And so we've got to think of some of these root causes and why that matters. I think we're often held to patriarchal standards, and we're being judged by the definition of beauty and what a woman should be, and still old-fashioned gender stereotypes around a woman's place in the world. And some of that comes from men. So some of that's being imprinted by the sort of patriarchal society, but also we have our own limiting beliefs. We bring that into our work environment. And I talk with a number of people who lead women empowerment sessions and gravitas sessions and bringing strength to women. And sometimes we are our own worst enemy, where we bring in this perception that we maybe we don't negotiate hard, maybe we don't know our worth, maybe we don't understand the value of what we're bringing. So we're not bringing that same level of upfront confidence that men do. And again, the danger of that is we're being judged. If we're too confident, too outspoken, then we're seen as being difficult, hard to work with. Those attributes aren't valued in women as they are in men. So again, those biases that kick in here, and I think that plays into the pay gap. We Most women we're given this choice, yeah, and this is the challenge we often face: is do I want a career, or do I want a family, or do I want to have my social life? Do I want to have my family life? And regardless of whether we like this or not, we can't have everything. So we end up compromising on what we do want. We want a family. We need to take time off, and no matter how our relationship works with our partners, the rest of our family, we can bring in this equity in our relationships, but still, when as mothers, as caregivers, we still have that primary responsibility. So I think it's a myth that we can have everything. We can't have a career and focus on our family. And through certain stages of our lives, we want to have a family. We want to nurture. We want to grow, and we want more than just a work environment. Men have it relatively more straightforward because they're not the default caregiver. They're not the default support in the family, so they can go off and grow a career. Whereas I think as women, we find we're held back because we have this duality of priority. I think until we can start creating environments where men feel empowered for paternity leave, for taking time out, for taking career breaks, and normalizing that in the workplace, then women will always be seen as not as confident or competent because we're always putting our family first. Until men are allowed to do that and show their own vulnerability, I think that will continue to exist. So in terms of trying to sort out the biases in the recruitment process, it's not just the recruitment, it's how women are perceived and women's roles in society. And when we think about a global basis, different cultures, Asian culture, Eastern Europe culture, women's roles and expectations are heavily defined by that construct in the environment and the culture they grow up with.
That's really, really important what you are saying, because sometimes we are our worst enemy. Because when we are in recruiting mode, and we all in our career were interviewed by people, by organizations, by people that belongs to the organizations, and we often hear the question, how much are you earning today, and what are your expectations? And we don't negotiate that very well, right, Joanna? Tell me more about it, because the cultural environment that we are involved in, the country that we have, the society biases, but our own biases also prevent us to say, I want to have this career, this amount of money to fulfill my family, and so on. So, Joanna, tell me that you have so much expertise on that. What is actually preventing us to say, to be bold, to say, I want this career and I want to earn this and I deserve to earn this, despite being a woman or a man, for this function?
Thank you, Claudia, for the question. So just a quick introduction. I'm Joanna. I'm Global Communications and Culture Manager. I've been working almost for 20 years now in travel and tech fields, and more recently in the HR departments in the employer branding topics or future of work topics, diversity and inclusion. So that's a little bit the sum up of my professional experience. As you understood, I did a career change from tourism to technology. So that was 6 years ago. And I believe that working in tech is something that men start earlier in their lives, and some women just join the workforce much later in their careers, right? So that's my example also, which makes the situation that more women are likely to think and plan a career change. But when they do that, they need also to face the society and the employers on the other side to accept them with their skills, either they are hard or soft, and translate those into the new job that they are entering in the technology industry. And when we do that, in that transition, there can be some assumptions, there can be some trends that women themselves, they can feel like, okay, so I don't have 100% of this requirements in the job role, so maybe my wage expectation starts becoming lower in our heads. And also the employer in the other side also may think like that, right? Okay, so maybe that person doesn't have 15 years of expertise in the tech industry, so maybe salary compensation can be negotiated in a different way. So also when we start, as you said, Claudia, asking the salary history to the candidates, it's also putting women in the same situation that they were already, right? Because we cannot deal with the pay gap if we don't allow women to jump in to the next levels of roles and next levels of salaries that men are already tackling in their job roles. So I think that's a very important question, Claudia, that you were mentioning, that we should avoid, and it's more and more forbidden or not likely to ask the salary history to a candidate. So it's more talking about the salary range that the job role allows for that role in that company. Also, we can see in some countries like United States where salary range are much more public right now, and we can see for each position what's the salary, and of course it's regardless of the gender and the other criteria that are not likely to impact the goal and the results of the role. So the more we women and men also, but also women, avoid to talk about the salary history, the more we will focus on what's the job next and what's the salary. And also women can be more vocal and discuss with peers, either male or female, about the salaries that are in the market. What's the benchmark, right? And in other countries, and then try to translate that into a wise salary range that we can tackle.
And this is your experience as employer branding, as also doing the work in the corporations that you work with. And some of the things that we actually are seeing nowadays, it's the governments and the policies and policymaker to do something about this pay gap. So somehow this is a topic that they want to tackle and that they want to measure, and they are making laws to oblige the companies to make public if they have actually the pay gap or not. But this is also a cultural change that we need to do inside the corporations without having the laws. So Maya, I know that you did a deep research on this topic, and you have some interesting findings. So what findings can you explain us a little bit more about that research that you did in Croatia, and what cultural and organizational structure in tech contribute to inequality, and also in the society that you see? What the findings that are important to share, and to also expand to other countries, because this pay gap, it's actually worldwide. We don't have it like just in Europe or just in South America. It's worldwide. So what was the findings and some kind of key highlights that you want to give to our audience about this research?
Thank you, Claudia, for the question. A little introduction about me. My name is Maya, and I am the founder of Inclusive Collective, and that is the first DENI company in Croatia. DNI is something that is pretty new in Croatia and in the Balkans region. And last year I did a research based on three pillars, and that is gender pay gap, maternity leave, and harassment policies in IT sector in Croatia. And the gender pay gap is not the only thing that is in question here. It is also that maternity penalty, because women tend to go to take maternity leave, and after they come back to companies, I discovered that they either have the same pay but their function is lessened and that they can't promote quickly, or that when they come back to the company, they tend to switch the role. So not intentionally, but the people who are in charge, they say, okay, so maybe now that you're a mother, we will give you a role that is lesser than your role has been by now. And that is also including, of course, the pay cut. The third thing and the most shocking thing is that 9 out of 10 women in Croatia have at least once experienced discrimination or harassment in their workplace or in their faculty if they went to college based on in IT. And that is the most prominent thing, because if women or other people who are marginalized communities can't feel safe in their environment, of course that they can't do anything else. So they can't bring everything to the table. They can't like give all to the employer. They can't give everything to the job because they don't feel safe even to go to work. So of course it is also connected to the gender pay gap. So even though we now have, as you said, Claudia, some policies, and the one policy here is the directive of gender pay gap that just was released by the end of 2023 for the European Union, we still have some problems with it, because as you said, Claudia, it requires a cultural shift. So it requires firstly for the companies to be aware of that they have a problem, and that they haven't that they have to take immediate steps to close the gender pay gap. But also the first thing I would say is to implement the clear and standardized pay practices and pay grades defined by criteria for each level. So this requires creating a transparent list of skills, experiences, qualifications that is required for promotions, and to ensure that every employee understands what they need to advance. So regardless of gender or anything else. And also during hiring, companies should establish a clear framework that outlines the specific competences, specific qualities for junior, mid, senior roles, as Joanna said. So it is not based on being subjective, but it has to be like really, really clear. And by having like structural guidelines, companies can minimize being subjective and to create more equitable environment for all employees. That would be the one thing to take care of gender pay gap. But the second thing, and I think it should be maybe the first thing even, is to create a safe environment by also creating like boards that take care of complaints, that you feel safe to go to the board and to a person and to say, okay, I experienced discrimination, I experienced violence even in the workplace, and that's to be taken seriously. In Croatia, we have, and I think for other EU countries, I haven't fully expanded my research yet. We have a mandatory person who has to be in charge to take every complaint and then to go to the board and then to handle it to go to the police, or to handle it like going to sue the person, etc. But many companies just keep it in closed. They keep it, okay, you said that you experienced this and this and this. Okay, how can we then do anything in our power for you not to go and just say it publicly that you experienced that? So it creates the environment that is not safe, and by not environment not being safe, everything else is just a cascade of events.
And that brings us to a question that sometimes when we are talking about pay gap, about laws, about policies, about the cultural change and the mindset change, it starts with us also. We lead our career and we lead others, right? So we have a question from Sofia Martinez. How can we create a culture of pay equity in my own team? So it starts with us. Our audience wants to know exactly what they can do, and I'll be back to you, Joanne. So you said an important things about the pay gap differs actually from other minority groups. So women of color, women from LGBTQ plus, other groups that are marginalized, like refugees or migrants that want to just need to be in the workforce. So, in your opinion, what solutions can we, as a team, as leaders in my own team, can address to just mitigate or at least try to mitigate these challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. I think we've got to recognise there are market forces. Nobody wants to pay more for anything, a service, a product, or even resources, than they have to. So they're trying to get the best value for that organisation. They're trying to minimise their cost, maximise their profits. So that's the market forces in the commercial reality, in the commercial world. So if someone could be hired at a salary they're happy with, that is less than the market rate or less than others in that team or department, then the employer generally is going to go with that. Sorry, excuse me, I've just got a cough. Um, so I think the way we can solve this is complete pay transparency, which again creates problems for employers, because if they publicly processed and advertise everybody's pay openly, you see how many disparities exist between women, between men and women, between people of colour, etc. So that would really scare people. I know some organisations even have in their contracts that they're not allowed to talk about their pay for fear of creating this conversation. But if we're looking to develop our world and our of work, of employment, then why should we keep our salaries and our pay structures a secret? Yes, we're nervous about sharing it because those disparities exist. But if we all know what we're earning, we all know our comparables, we all know what our colleagues are earning, then the employer will be at will be called to account to justify why those disparities exist. And if I find out I'm earning $10,000 a year less than my colleague, I've got the question, what do I need to do to achieve that parity? Is it I need to grow my career? Do I need to hit different KPIs? Or is it just you've undervalued me and actually we need a correction here? So I think by having pay transparency, by being very open about it, that will highlight the gaps, and then we can have a conversation. So I'll be more willing to sit down with my manager and say, okay, how can I get to there? Because again, the biases kick in. Well, we took you all at this level. We can't just pay you that much because that's too much of a jump. Hang on, why is it too much of a jump? Am I worth it or am I not worth it? I can then understand my value and worth in the market and also to the company. And if the company doesn't value me to my worth, I can then make that decision about whether I want to invest in the company to grow my worth there or make a move to an organization that will value me because I understand how I'm perceived. So I think pay transparency, cultural shift to paying people openly and fairly for their value and worth will at least create an expectation of how I'm perceived. And if there's a misalignment, I can then address that either by leaving and finding a better opportunity or tackling it internally through career development, through growth. I think that's the route for me, transparency.
But this transparency, Joanne, and allows me, we are the worst enemies, right? That you said also in the beginning of our conversation. So somehow, if I know that I'm like project manager and I have next to me another woman or another man or whatever, uh, and know exactly they will earn 10,000K a year more than me, and I will ask the why, because what I see is that I am such as competent as they are. We are in the same role. We are managing some kind of projects that are the same. So we are the worst enemy because we don't say, I want. Usually, our bias is also, it's like, why I'm earning less. I'm less than this colleague of mine in my workforce, or the mindset, our mindset as culturally we are educated was not, I want to achieve this. It's like always my mindset, and in Portugal at least, the cultural mindset, it's why they're earning more than me, why they have a best car, why they're having this and I don't have it, instead of thinking, how can I achieve, how can I jump, how can I do more to be on that spot. So sometimes it's not easy. Yeah, Maya has something to say about it, right? Maya,
Yeah.
do you want to tackle this topic?
Yeah, can I just add that for both of you that you said, I just want to say maybe four things or three things that are maybe important in tackling this and going through and going through ourselves. And that is, the first would be that in any industry that you are, it is the important thing is to research and leverage salary data, and to use platforms like Glassdoor, like LinkedIn Salary, or other platforms that maybe you have in your own countries, and then to see, are you paid according to your role. And the second thing is to document every achievement and every contribution that you have made, and keep a detailed record, because you will want to, when you go to negotiate, you want to have proof, you want to have everything that you have done, and that is going to minimize the subjectivity, because you will have proof with everything. And the third would be to seek mentorship, to seek sponsorship within people in your company that can then push you, and that can also give you some feedback and give you some mentoring, but also to advocate for you. And those three things really are the ones that can help you get paid equally, I think.
And
And also,
now
I
for
can
the,
add a very, sorry, Claudia, just to
go ahead,
reinforce what
Tony, because
Maya,
I was giving
yes,
that the
just
stage
to
to you.
reinforce what
Because
Maya
you have
said.
that.
At some point, if you constantly feel like you're not going to able to jump at some level inside the organization, is also a good practice to go to some interviews outside with other employers and see in reality for your situation what is being offered. And sometimes there's no other way than jumping to another job in another employer to close the gap. Okay, because sometimes it's difficult inside a company also to justify some increases, even if they try to eliminate some bias and some gaps. So sometimes we don't have easy options than just also going to another company, let's say close that gap, start from zero, let's say in parity, and then enjoying the ride.
But that leads to
Can I
another
just chip
question.
in?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. The stage is yours. I'm just moderating you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joanne.
I was thinking, so if you've got a track record of being not hired, we apply for 50, 100 jobs a year, we're applying and we're getting knocked back. As a woman of color, as a queer woman, as a marginalized woman, or even any marginalized person, your self belief, your imposter syndrome, all these things that go into your head. And when someone finally says, "Well, here's $50,000," you go, "Wow, I've actually been hired." So you're not saying we're grateful, but we're kind of going, "Wow, I've got a job, thank you." And so that when we have, as I say, when we have that track record of being marginalized and ignored, we will settle for less because it's something. Whereas when you're working in a majority world, you tend to get more success. Therefore, you feel your worth because you've got competing offers. You've got more options on the table because you are the majority. Therefore, people want to hire you. So I think there's two sides of it here. One is the individual pay gap. Me as a person, what can I do about it? But it's also the societal, the commercial reality of the pay gaps that exist and the constructs we create. So it's not just me as a woman; it's us and we as a women that are facing this. And so to leave and move on is a privilege that I maybe have, but a privilege that other people don't have because of their marginalization, because they're there, that maybe they're working in an English organization and their English isn't native speaking. It may be they come from a different cultural background, which means that they bring those limiting beliefs into that organization. Then maybe they're not confident in speaking up. So I think it was either Joanna or Maya said about career coaching, executive coaching, leveraging people who can mentor you to overcome those blockers in your mind, because we have to understand our worth, and that's the challenge.
Yes, we don't have much time still for this conversation. We talked in the preparation of this panel that only this conversation about pay gap could extend for the full morning, right? Because we have so much things to share. But one of the things that I want you to give these kind of tools, I'm learning so much from these kind of conferences, and we want to give some 3 points or 2 points to other topics to our audience to take with them to learn more about it, or one or two tools they can actually do immediately, like quick wins. But they are not alone. So, do you think what I want you to give to this audience is your thought about it and your topics and quick wins they can just do and must do for their career and also for their companies, but also, and starting with, do you think if we have more women leading these teams and this tech industry, we could actually have a jump in this pay gap issue? And with that, give one or two topics to our audience to start doing right now, and two quick wins for their own career and for the companies. Who wants to start? Joanna,
I
you
can
go.
I can just start with one and tackling a little bit the comment of Joanne about marginalized or hard situations where people can be, feeling some discrimination because of color, gender, being unemployed, career change, whatever is the reason. That is, even when we accept a job because we need the job and we don't feel confident to go very high in the salary negotiation, just remember that nobody knows your salary except you and the employer. So when you join that company, you also know that in 2, 3, 4 years, you can work on that. You can work on your personal branding, on your learning, on having mentorship with some leaders that you like to join and to be more inspired. So you can do like a mid-long-term plan in 3 to 5 years. And maybe this is not just a one-shot initiative. This is a long-term strategy to help you out getting there. Okay, so remember, even if you feel like you're earning 10, 20%, 30% less, just accept it, go and, show your achievements, as Maya said. But then remember, you have that goal and you want to achieve it. But when you have interviews, you don't need to say your history again, Claudia. As you said, you don't need to say how much you earn now. You just need to say what you are, what is your worth, or what is your value in the market. I hope that helps.
Joanne?
Yeah, I
And
completely
you?
agree. I think it starts with understanding our own worth, our own value, and everything we've talked about so far about doing your own research, doing your own benchmarking, test drive, go for interviews, engage with other organizations, speak to colleagues, peers in other organizations, join uh, women in leadership groups, attend conferences like this, network with each other, understand the value and the worth, so that when you are going back to your organization to negotiate, you are doing it with this understanding about your value and worth. I think if I had to give one bit of advice to leave people with it's understand your own worth. And if people are undervaluing you, you have the choice to either work with that organization to increase their perception of your worth, or you have to leave and find another organization that values you in the same way you believe you're valued. I think that's the choice you have. But that is a very privileged thing to say. Not everybody has the ability to just move and change companies. So yeah, it's understand your situation, but understand your worth.
Maya?
I would maybe like to say something about the companies, because I hope that here are women also in C-level positions, or other people who are listening to us, and maybe to take maybe three crucial steps. So one would be to publicly commit that you are going to tackle the gender pay equity in your company, even though if you are starting to work on it, just say, okay, we realize this and this, and we want to start working on it, and we are now going to push our efforts towards that. And that is acknowledgement of that, and the announcement that you are going in that direction is a really, really big step. The second thing would be to conduct regular pay audits. So not only annual, maybe make it like 2 times a year, and then to see like compensation data all across levels. So comparing not only salaries, but also bonuses, maybe stock options if you have it, and then include genders and also intersectional factors, race, sexual orientation, etc. And then to set like clear accountability metrics that are clear and that are really realistic. So don't go and overpromise, just do one step at a time. It is a long process. It takes time, like to do like pay classes and everything. So it takes time, but just be accountable and follow your plan, and you will get there. You will get there like slowly but surely. And time progress. It takes time also to make a cultural shift, but even to start, it is a really big thing.
I want to thank you, Joanna, Joanne, and Maya, to being here to share your thoughts and experiences and your expertise with the audience. As said before, this is a kind of event that we want you to network, to get in touch, to know people that are in the tech world that can help you, support you, sponsor you. So be aware that we are available, me, Joanna, Maya, and Joanne, to answer some questions, connect with us in LinkedIn, search for our work, also volunteer for our own organizations that we have actually, because sometimes we sponsor and support women that are trying to change their careers or some kind of situation with these events and volunteer work that we do. And also it's also your time to give back also to the society, because we do this hands to hands. one of the things that I want to say, and just to finish this, we always put the most effort of the woman. The woman must change, the woman must do. But this is a cultural change and a mindset that we need to do as our organizations, and also the other genders that are working and leading these kind of organizations. So the greater awareness and about these topics in the leading and C level is very, very important, because we the ownership, it's not only to us as women, it's the society, the teams, for all genders and for all dimensions of diversity. Okay, so let's try to don't have so much conversations about this in the following years, because we actually made the change together. So have a nice day, enjoy the conference, and thank you once again, this beautiful panel, to be with me in this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, and thank you all for an incredible discussion panel. Insight that you shared today truly showcase the power of female collaboration. So interesting and so important. And as Claudia said, we could talk about it all morning, but actually, we have more things prepared for you today. So, before we proceed, I would like to take a moment and introduce you to our She is Tech Hub, a community designed to connect and inspire women in tech. This is a special space where you can stay updated on latest events, discuss industry with others, some hot topics, and share your experience and build meaningful connections and conversations. What's more, through She is Tech Hub, you can earn She Coins by participating in diversity driven activities. She Coins can be exchanged for learning opportunities and some mentoring sessions in our shop. So join us as we continue to empower and support women in tech. Up next, we have a truly inspiring speaker with an impressive background. So please join me in welcoming Anna Rutkowska-Mull, a career advisor and coach on the path of PCC IFC certification. Anna has an extensive career, having worked as a recruiter for companies like Deloitte, Zurich Insurance, and Novartis, and she is also a trainer and networking enthusiast. Through her business, ARM, coaching and career consulting, Anna empowers individuals at all career levels, from juniors to seniors executives, in both languages, Polish and English. She's especially passionate about helping women gain confidence and sense of empowerment through coaching, mentoring, and workshops. Anna's work is deeply mission driven, and she uses methods like CBT to help her clients overcome limiting beliefs and find their ideal paths. So today Anna will be speaking on topic we can all benefit from. How do you beliefs help or hinder your job search? I know you will find the topic and her insights valuable. So let's give warm welcome to Anna. Hi Anna, how
Hi,
are you
hi, good
today?
morning. I'm very
Morning.
well. Good morning.
Uh,
A
wh-
little bit stressed, I have to
ah,
admit, but yeah. So keep your fingers crossed.
of course, everything will be great. So where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from southern region of Poland, exactly from the city called Sosnowiec. So it's
Oh,
nearby Katowice, which is a bit bigger, and Silesian region of Poland. Yeah.
okay. So before we dive in, of course, I would like to remind our audience that during the session, during your speech, um, there is Q&A going on, so they can ask your questions in a chat box, and later on we can have this Q&A session after your talk. So, Anna, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, and welcome everyone. And as Agatha mentioned, my speech will be about your beliefs, whether they help you or they hold you back from finding your dream job. And actually, I believe that this topic is an amazing continuation of what you heard in the panel before, because the ladies who were speaking during the panel about pay gap between men and women is also full of beliefs, full of limiting thoughts in ourselves. And as they mentioned, we are sometimes our worst enemies. So here, during my presentation, you will also hear a lot of things about this exact topic. So how we can cope with our own beliefs and our own thoughts, which are limiting us in reaching our goals, in finding great jobs, etc. So Agata already introduced me a little bit. And today I'd like to focus specifically on the method I've been using together with my coaching clients. I'm not a psychologist, but this method was actually taken or is actually connected with the CBT psychology and this method. And it's called RBT method. So rational behavioral therapy. And the things I'm going to mention today is in fact it was inspired by this method. I find it really, really helpful, especially when my clients cannot reach their goals, even if their CV is greatly done, even if their LinkedIn profile is perfect, even if they are super prepared for job interviews. But sometimes this is just the tip of the iceberg. So below there are us actually and our thoughts, which cannot help us in finding the right job or applying for the job we really want. So I'm actually I highly believe that each and every person I meet on the way has much to offer to the world, and I really, really hope everyone could find their dream jobs, their missions, the sense of life. So since I started my own company, my own journey, and working on my own terms, let's say, I think that my sense and my mission is really, really seen, and I'm also trying to show it to other people. So yeah, so feel free to ask questions in the chat, and I'm continuing the topic. So the agenda is pretty short. I'll try to first introduce you to the topic. So the purpose of the presentation, explain you what beliefs are and how we can identify our beliefs. So how do we know if it's a belief? Yeah. Then we're going to talk about limiting beliefs. And I believe that this is probably the clue of this presentation, the most important part, because when I meet with my clients, I find the limiting beliefs most challenging for them in the whole job search process. Then we're going to see an example of empowering beliefs. So I think the whole conference is about empowering women, giving them strength, giving them confidence in their professional life. So I think that empowering beliefs are definitely something it's very, very much important when we want to change our lives, change our jobs. And how can we change our beliefs, of course? And then if we have time, of course, we're going to do a quick Q&A. But of course, I'm going to leave you my contact details. So if you feel free to reach out to me after the conference. Okay, so today we're going to learn what beliefs are and how they influence our emotions, and also as a consequence, how our beliefs and emotions influence our behavior. specifically in the job search process. I'd like to focus on this today, but of course it's a very general topic which we can also implement in our private lives. Also, we're going to identify unhealthy beliefs and exploring a strategy to transform them. Okay, so now it's not a very popular aspect or a very popular thing to think about, actually, because we tend to say, he made me feel mad. Yeah, this scares me, or this thing, I'm ashamed of this or that. But in fact, it's not the things that upset us, but our judgment about things. So what we think about the world, what we think about ourselves, is creating our world and creating what we actually feel. So I would like you to remember this theme, because it will be or this quote by Epictetus, because I believe this is like the essence of the whole method I'm going to present you today. Okay, so what are beliefs? Beliefs are, I'm going to use beliefs or thoughts today, but in general we're going to by thoughts I also mean beliefs. So don't get a little confused if I use the word thoughts in the next couple of slides. But in general, I'd like to tell you a bit about what beliefs are. So beliefs are ideas or assumptions about ourselves, about others, or about the whole world we hold as being true. So it's beliefs are not facts. Beliefs are thoughts, are assumptions we hold and we think it's true. And these are beliefs are like kind of a filter through which we interpret reality, through which we shape our perception, responses, and our behavior. Of course, it's when we believe in something, when we have certain beliefs, it's also it also influences our opinions, our relationships, the way we treat other people, the way we treat ourselves. So this is a really let's say deep topic, because it's inside of us, inside of our heads. Of course, sometimes we express our beliefs when we communicate, when we use a verbal language, but in general it starts with thoughts. It starts with the belief which is inside of us. And where do they come from? Because I think the first point would be definitely something we can all relate to, because obviously from the very beginning we are taught by our parents, our family, our close ones. So beliefs come from family upbringing. So sometimes we acquire the thoughts, we acquire the things about the world from, of course, the words of our family members. Yeah, and we do not we take it and we don't even think whether it's true or not. Also, it comes from personal experiences. So whenever we struggle to do something, like let's say we want to win a contest in a radio, we didn't win the first time, we didn't win the second time, we didn't win the third time, so we already make this assumption: I will never win, I cannot win. And this is how a belief is formed in our brain from such a personal experience. Of course, societal norms and cultural background are very much important in creating the beliefs. So I think the panel which was speaking before my presentation mentioned a lot about the differences between how we treat as a society, and in our culture, how men and women are differently treated. So for example, men should earn more than women. A woman, if she's not married until the age blah blah blah, she's worthless. Yeah, there are still societal or cultural beliefs that I know we should get married. Men should be the breadwinner in a family. Men should earn more. Women should take care of their families. Yeah, so all of these influence our future choices, our thoughts, first of all, our emotions, and then our behaviors. Yeah. So the method I'm going to tell you a bit about today is to help you to verify if these beliefs are true, are facts. So all the above mentioned things, so family upbringing, personal experiences, societal norms, and cultural background, of course, have influence on how we view ourselves and the world around us. So just to go back to a few examples. So family upbringing. It doesn't have to be your mom or your dad telling you, oh, you don't have a job, you're worthless. But it's about hearing how they also talk about people around you. So for example, I know your aunt, your uncle, your cousin didn't have a job for a while, and you overheard your parents saying, oh my gosh, she doesn't have a job, she must be lazy. Yeah, or she's worthless, she doesn't have a job, she's lazy, she's worthless. You have to have a job. Yeah, like this imperative. You must be productive, you must work, you must earn. This is all the beliefs which can actually limit us or can actually hinder our job search. Personal experiences. I'm bad at drawing, or as I said in the previous slide, for example, I will never win this contest, or I will never get this job, for example. If you struggle to get to a job interview, yeah, you applied once, you applied twice, you applied third time to the same maybe company or in the same area, and then after 3 rejections, you just form this belief: I will never get it. I'm never going to get the job. Yeah. From societal norms, as I said, a man should earn more than a woman, or cultural background. I believe it's more in Asian societies but probably in Poland, I think we also think this way. So it's better to have a stable, long-term 9-to-5 job than a risky, high-paying job. Yeah. So it's also a belief which doesn't give us much space to form our own path, our own career path, because maybe we don't really like working from 9 to 5, right? But we believe we have to, because it's like it's our must. It's more valuable to work in such a job than, for example, to, I don't know, to be an influencer and earn thousands of dollars per day. Yeah. But still we have this inner belief, oh my gosh, I have to find a stable 9-to-5 job. So lots of limiting beliefs here. And you can say, and many people can say, but these are only words. Words are words. They're just thoughts. But are they? There is also, well, I strongly believe that words have power. So what we think about the world, about ourselves, what we say about the world and about ourselves have power. Because our thoughts create our reality. Yeah? So you see, even checking herself in the mirror, I think she's, thinking about herself, wow, I look really nice today. I can do, anything I want to do. Yeah. So it's all about what we say to ourselves as well. So this inner dialogue is also very much important. Okay, but how can we identify the beliefs? Well, I think it's a very easy thing to say, listen to yourself or your inner dialogue, because this is all, it can say a lot about you and about your beliefs. But I think that sometimes we can identify it from the last stage, let's say. Last stage would be here. So focusing on your behavior. So we procrastinate, when we avoid, when we maybe we have to do something, but we prefer to replace it by something else. When we scroll and not the right things, for example, not the job ads, but we scroll Instagram for funny pictures. Or when we self-sabotage, or when we believe we are perfectionists, like we don't send our application form, our job application form, until it's like super, super great and perfect. It's sometimes easier to explore our limiting beliefs by starting from the end of this, yeah, so from the behavior. Of course, if you are self-aware, you can name your emotions, you can also explore them. So you can also ask yourself, why am I stressed here? Why am I, scared? Why am I ashamed of something? What's going on? Yeah. Why am I angry here? Why am I frustrated? So we can also ask what this stress wants to tell us. What's this anxiety wants to tell us? Yeah. And sometimes we can also we can know our body well to think about the signs our body gives us. Yeah, so scanning our body, like, why am I so tense today? Why am I shaking? Why my hands are sweating? By the way, my hands are a bit sweating today because I'm presenting in English, so my beliefs are, oh my god, I don't want to make any mistake. Yeah. But so yeah, of course, everyone has some beliefs, and I can feel it in my body now that I'm, the adrenaline is happening. So I know that something in my mind is telling me, hey, Anya, people are watching you now, are listening to you. So my hands started sweating. So you can scan your body and think, why am I so, why am I so tense? Why my head is aching today? What's going on with my belly today? Why my stomach is hurting? Yeah. So especially when you want to do something which require your attention, which require your focus, and then you find yourself struggling, your body tells you something, yeah, that it would prefer to lay down, or it would prefer to, I don't know, go outside, escape. Yeah. So we can actually read our mind by focusing also on the things which aren't really thoughts, but they are the signs of our thinking. So for example, tense muscles, sweating, feeling stressed, feeling ashamed, feeling frustrated, and also by our behavior. We want to do something on the one hand, but somehow we cannot do it. Like we cannot just click apply on the job ad. Yeah. So these are the signs how we can identify our limiting beliefs. But some may say, but hey, but how can this be? Like whenever I'm online and I want to apply for a job, I'm angry. So this situation makes me angry. No, actually, it's not the situation evokes emotions. It's the thought between the situation, let's say, and the emotions. Yeah. So it's not that the situation makes you angry, the situation makes you frustrated. It's our thought about the situation. And I'm going to show you in a second an example, the exact same example of how we can approach the same situation but in a different way. So first, there is a situation like, I'm going to a job this morning and my head is just aching. I feel nausea. I feel my stomach hurts. What's going on there? Yeah. So I'm thinking, I hate my job. I don't want to go there. I hate my boss. He's going to scream at me again. Yeah. So this is the things, sometimes the thoughts which are automatically going on in our head. We don't even realize that they are there. We just think, okay, I'm going to a job which is normal that I hate it. It's normal to hate my job. By the way, this is also a belief. And so it's normal that I feel this way on Monday morning when I'm driving to work. Yeah. So what's my behavior? I can avoid going to work. I can just, call my boss and say, hey, I'm sick. I don't want to, I cannot come. Yeah, we can, for example, we cannot focus on certain tasks because we are so stressed, so frustrated. So remember, it's not a situation which makes you feel the same, this or that way. It's our thoughts about the situation. Usually automatic. That's why the method is very helpful in realizing the thoughts, because sometimes it's, we don't even know that something is happening. The dialogue is happening in our head. So this is why sometimes it's better to start with the behavior or the emotions or the body signs, and then explore what is happening underneath. Yeah, what's going on in our thoughts, that we feel a certain way, that we behave in a certain way. Yes, so let's see an example. Okay, so the situation is, let's say Anya. Yeah, Anya, I was going through job ads on LinkedIn. A normal, let's say, situation. Anya was going through job ads on LinkedIn. And what happened? Her body responded by sweating. She was feeling like she wanted to escape. She could name her feelings. So she said, like, I felt fear. I was ashamed. Sometimes it's also very difficult to name your emotions. That's why we can focus on the body or we can focus on the behavior. And what happened next? So she was going through the job ads, then her hands started sweating, then she felt like she wanted to escape. So what did she do? She switched off LinkedIn and scrolled Instagram for funny pictures instead. Yeah. Because she felt uncomfortable. Her emotions, her body was saying, hey, oh my gosh, I don't want to be here. Yeah. So she escaped the thing she actually wanted to do. She wanted to apply for a job. But so the question now is, think about it for a second. What kind of a thought she might have had, what kind of a thought might have caused such a body response, such emotions, and then behavior? Do you believe it was limiting or empowering thought? And I hope you know that such a body response was caused by a limiting thought. Yeah, a limiting thought. What could it? What could she think? Yeah, what could she think? So I'm going to show you a few limiting beliefs in the job search process. So let's say this Anna was, going through job ads on LinkedIn, and suddenly she felt this stomach ache. She felt like she wanted to escape. What could have happened in her thoughts about herself? She could think, I'm never going to find a job. I'm hopeless. I'm worthless. I'm not good enough. Everyone has a job but me. I don't have any skills. So these thoughts might have been, the ground or the thing which was underneath the emotions, the fear, the shame. Yeah. She could think about the world, for example. LinkedIn is so difficult. I won't use it again. She was going through job ads on LinkedIn for the first time. She didn't know how to use it, but she immediately gave this LinkedIn the power to make her feel angry. Yeah, so she thought that this difficulty of using LinkedIn is making her feel this way. She could have a thought about recruiters. Recruiters never respond. Why bother? Why I should send my applications if I never receive any response? Yeah. She could also think about the job ads. They're horrible. Nothing for me here. Yeah. So everything sucks. And I'm angry, so I won't do it. Yeah. So she quit and she went to scrolling some funny stuff instead. Yeah. So such thoughts, as I showed you a second ago, limiting beliefs, limiting thoughts, are barriers to your personal and professional development. So they don't allow you to explore certain challenges, to explore certain options, because you think in a certain way about yourself, about the world, are unhelpful, unrealistic, or illogical. So they can be actually checked. We can check if they are realistic, if they are facts, which I'm going to show you in a second. And they also distort our perception of reality. They lead to negative emotions and behaviors, as you saw in the previous example. Yeah. And they very often contain such words as always, never, everyone, no one, I must, I have to, I should. Yeah. So very absolute thinking and very rigid thinking. So it doesn't allow us for any flexibility. So if we believe that we are always bad at something, it doesn't give us the flexibility to try it again. Yeah. If we believe that we never gonna get a job, it doesn't allow us for the flexibility of thinking, hey, not this time, but maybe next time. Yeah. So remember, when you find yourself thinking never, always, about yourself, about the world, ask yourself, hey, but really, is it always? Is it a fact? And let's see the same example. Why the same? Because I wanted to show you how the behavior can be different in the exact same situation. Yeah, because I guess there are people who are going through job ads on LinkedIn without this stomach ache, without this shaking hands, without this sweating hands. Yeah. So let's see the second person and the second situation. I was going through job ads on LinkedIn. Body response emotions, where my body was relaxed and I was sitting in front of my laptop. I was calm and patient. And the behavior, which was the result of it, I sent my CV to a few job offers. Yeah. So look, two people, two same situations, but totally different result. Yeah. So it's not the situation which make them feel this way, because it all happened in their thoughts. Yeah. And the thoughts, which could be empowering, which could be in this situation. Oh, I gave you a hint. Sorry. Of course, in this situation, when she achieved the goal because she wanted to send her applications, the thoughts empowered her here. Yeah. So what could be some empowering beliefs in the job search process? So for example, in this case, the more I apply, the more chances I have to get a job. I'm capable of finding a job. I've done it already a few times. I have XYZ skills relevant to this role, for example. Yeah. So on the contrary, the previous example, when someone thought about herself, I don't have any skills, You cannot have any skills, like it's impossible, right? So the first person was thinking irrationally, illogically, because you have the skill, I know, to open the laptop or to open Word document or to open Excel document or to use some app in your mobile phone, right? So it's not that you don't have any skills. That's why such a way of thinking is irrational, illogical, and it doesn't help you. It doesn't empower you to do something, right? What thoughts you could have about the world, which are healthier, which are more empowering than the previous situation, the previous person? I can learn how to use LinkedIn if I want to, right? Because I'm pretty sure you've learned how to use Facebook in the past or how to use Instagram. So I'm pretty sure you could learn how to use LinkedIn if you want to, of course. In the previous example, the person gave up, like it's difficult and I don't want to use it, yeah, or I won't use it because it's difficult. The second thought, there are recruiters who provide feedback. Of course, not everyone, not all of them, but the fact is that there are recruiters who provide feedback. There are job ads which require skills I have, which is also based on facts, right? So listen, the very, very important thing, it's not about positive affirmations. This method isn't about saying to yourself, I'm the best, I can achieve anything I want, I'm always right, I can eat whatever I want and not get fat. It's not about positive affirmations. This method, this rational behavioral therapy method, is about realistic thoughts, thoughts based on facts. So it's like a fact check. If I think I'm always wrong, is it a fact? Like, remember the last situation when you were right, when you weren't wrong. Yeah. So challenge your thoughts, challenge them, and ask yourself, okay, is it true? Does it help me to achieve my goal? Does it help me to feel the way I want to feel? So not only realistic, not only based on facts, but also they help you achieve your goals. They make you feel the way you want to feel. Yeah. So ask yourself, how would I want to feel when I go through job ads? When I want to apply for a job, how would I want to feel? Would I like to feel stressed and anxious and frustrated? No, I want to feel calm and patient. So what kind of a thought can help me to feel this way? How can I change my way of thinking to feel more calm in this situation? Empowering beliefs or healthy beliefs support your health and well-being. Because just to give you some background, the method, this rational behavioral therapy method, is also used with, actually it started to be used with oncological patients, terminally ill people. So even in such situations, this method can be super powerful to change your way of thinking, thus change your way of, feeling and behaving. It helps you in being adaptable and flexible regardless of a situation. So not this rigid, uncompromising thinking, as I said in the previous slide, as limiting beliefs are very rigid, very concentrated on one side of the event, of the situation, whereas empowering beliefs can give you like this flexibility of changing your behavior, of changing your way of acting, yeah, or doing stuff. Okay, so how to change your limiting beliefs? I already mentioned a few things, but it is possible because the way of thinking is our habit. So if we were, if we've been thinking about a certain thing in a certain way for 20 years, we have to change this habit. Yeah, so it's also a matter of practicing new thoughts. So you can find what triggers you. You can see what behavior I'd like to change in myself, especially the behavior I don't really want to behave like that. So, for example, I don't really want to go to Instagram and scroll funny things when I know I'd like to apply for a job. Yeah. So, what behavior I'd like to change in myself? Body scanning is also very helpful. Like, for example, I showed you today, like, oh my gosh, my hands are sweating. Yeah. So I feel my body, like I can feel that I'm tense. My legs are, all my muscles are all tense. Like I'd like to get away or escape. Well, not now because I don't want to escape. but yeah, for example, I can feel it if I'm around people mm, mm, whom I don't feel comfortable with. I can feel this, stiffness in my body, for example. So this is like a body scanning. Yeah, you can ask yourself, oh my gosh, what's going on? Why my stomach is hurting when I'm around this person or this person, yeah, or I'm doing this or that. Self-reflecting and challenging your thoughts. So whenever you hear or whenever you realize that you're thinking about yourself badly or about the word badly, you can challenge the thought. For example, you can ask yourself, okay, but how do I know this? How is it a fact? Like, why am I talking to myself in such a bad manner? Yeah. And this can be like your inner dialogue, but sometimes for many people journaling also helps in writing down your thoughts and then challenging them. And reframing limiting beliefs. Yeah, so whenever you catch yourself thinking I won't ever find a job, you can ask yourself, and okay, so it's not a fact because we don't know actually what's going to happen in the future, if you're going to find a job or not. So you cannot think like, hey, I'm never going to find a job, because it's not a fact according to this method, of course. So you can try to reframe the thought. Yeah, you can try to think, okay, I know, maybe if I apply on a different job board, maybe it gives me more chances to find a job. Yeah. So trying to change the way of thinking, which leads to healthier emotions. Okay. And show you, I don't know if I can share the link, however, but I could give you the examples which I presented today. The thoughts I presented today, the method is, as I mentioned, it's rational behavior therapy, or rational emotive behavior therapy, which was created by Maxi Molesby Jr. And I also highly recommend a book. I don't know if it's in English. One book is definitely in English, but the second book, which is how to say it, more user friendly, I know that it was in Polish. It was in Polish. It's called ABC of Emotions. And yeah, if you want to reach out to me after the presentation, I could also share some links with you and give you some hints. So here you have my contact details. So feel free to reach out. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. And if there are any questions from the chat, I'm all ears.
A big thank you, Anna. I need to confess that it was very close to everyday life I think each of us experienced, to be honest. And yes, we have some questions, but due to previous technical issues, we don't have time to answer it like live Q&A right
Sure.
now. But maybe later on you can jump in the chat and respond to our audience, or maybe you prefer them to reach you on LinkedIn or via email or
Sure,
other?
sure, of course.
Okay.
Of course, feel free to now do some print screens of my contact details, or for example, invite me to LinkedIn. This QR code is actually my LinkedIn profile. So yeah, looking forward to receiving some connections. I'm a networking fan, so don't worry. You don't have to, find yourself ashamed to reach out. Don't worry, because LinkedIn is all about this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for understanding. So, once again, thank you very much, Anna, for joining us today. It was very inspiring, and thank you for it. So, before we proceed the next presentation, we would like to express our gratitude to our media partners. Porto Tech Hub, Ladies.UX Lisbon, Invest Porto, Bulgarian Diversity Chapter, Teamlizer, Le French Tech Kraków, Inco Poland, Motify, Data Science UI, In Science, and Women in Marketing Bulgaria. So before we move to the next topic, of course, I would like to remind you that you can have some questions for our speakers, and please leave them in the chat. So if you have any questions during our next talk, if you will have some time, there will be live answers of that Q&A, but I promise we won't leave you without any answer from our speakers. So maybe they will reach you on our chat later on LinkedIn. So next up, we have an incredible speaker who is leading the charge in making workplaces more inclusive and supportive for actually everyone. Please join me in welcoming Deborah Garlick, the CEO of Handpicked, Menopause in the Workplace and founder of handpicked.net. Deborah has been raising awareness about menopause and helping organizations across the globe create an environment where employees can thrive regardless of the life stage. Deborah's efforts have transformed the way employers approach menopause, offering training in 34 languages and establishing the menopause-friendly accreditation across the UK, US, and Australia. Her influence has shaped policy for organizations of all sizes, and she's truly a leading voice in this movement. So, before we dive into her talk, Transforming Workplaces, the global shift towards menopause friendly employers, I would like to say a quick hello to Deborah. Hi, Deborah. How are you today?
Hello. Very well, thank you very much. And thanks to Anna for that brilliant presentation. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you to SheTech and your sponsors for talking about menopause.
That's wonderful to hear from your side. And yes, so we are really excited for your session, for your presentation. So I will hand over to you. So everyone, get ready for a fantastic talk from Deborah.
And it is a pleasure to be here today. And thank you very much for that warm welcome and the fabulous presentation that we already heard. There's a little crossover because actually what we're looking at here in transforming workplaces is a global shift, and it's also a significant change in culture. So what I'm going to be covering today is why we need to talk about menopause, what the facts are, just some key facts about menopause for anybody that's joining us today that might actually be thinking this is something that's affecting me right now, or if you're thinking I might be coming up to this stage, there's some important facts around ages, stages, and symptoms of menopause, and of course what you can do about it. But then I will delve into how to be a menopause friendly employer. And if we have time at the end, I hope so, then we'll move to Q&A, but don't wait till the end. If you have any questions in the meantime, please do put them in the chat, and we'll either be able to cover them today, or I'm sure I can come back to you and get those answers back through the SheTech team. So first of all, I want to use the UK as an illustration here, because of course menopause has always been around. As long as there have been women on this earth, and as long as we've lived long enough, there's been the menopause. But we're actually living in a different time. So what we're seeing now in the movement in the UK, in the Australia and US, and hopefully this is a global shift, because menopause doesn't just happen in the UK, it happens everywhere. So I'm going to use an illustration of 4 key reasons why the UK have been taking action. And we've been supporting employers for nearly 9 years now. And those 4 key reasons, I would encourage you to think about where you are in the world. Because all of the training, all of the support that we've given other parts of the globe, there's been significantly more similarities than differences. So the first one I'm going to cover is the demographic case. And in the UK, we are an aging population. If we go back in time around about 100 years ago, women tended to experience menopause towards the end of their life. Today, it's very, very different. It's not the end of our life or towards the end of our life. It's not even the start of towards the end. Menopause tends to happen excuse me, around midlife for us now. Expectation of, or we can expect to live into our 80s, and many of us are working until our late 60s, some of us into our 70s. And so, of course, menopause can hit at a very, very important time of our careers. So that's the demographic case. And as I say, I would encourage you to look at what the demographics are in your part of the world. And the business case is something that many employers are saying, this is absolutely key for us to encourage people to talk about menopause, put support in place, because they know menopause affects work and work affects menopause. And they want to keep people in their organisation and performing at their best for longer. And we know from research that 1 in 4 women consider leaving work during their menopause transition. And according to research that happened back in 2022, we know that 1 in 10 actually do leave work. But even for those who don't leave work, we also know a lot of people dial down on their career ambitions. They may go part-time. They may consider taking a lower responsibility job or lower paid. And that's understandable at that time of life, that you may still have children at home, you may have caring responsibilities, may have a bigger job than many of us have ever had in history before. And something's got to give. And for many people, that is actually the work. And that is such a shame. So employers are considering the business case as absolutely essential in keeping key talent in their organisation to enable them to operate. And the third key reason, and this is specific to the UK, as I say, I'm using the UK as an illustration, there is protection in place in the UK, employment protection for people who may be considered to or may feel discriminated against. So menopause is covered under our Equality Act 2010 under the protected characteristics of age, sex, and even disability discrimination. And of course, there are responsibilities of organisations to provide an environment that supports health and safety in their organisation, and menopause is protected under there too. So again, look at the legislation and the employment legislation in your part of the world and see how those individuals who might be experiencing the menopause is actually protected under law. But actually, while we have the demographic case and we have the business case and, of course, the legal case, the vast majority of organisations in the UK are taking action because they believe this is the right thing to do. They want to be a great place to work, and they want to look after their employees and help them thrive, whatever the stage of life that they're in. So they're taking action because of social responsibility. And when you know that 3 in 4 of us experience symptoms and 1 in 4 of us during menopause experience serious symptoms, you can understand the scale of the number of people who could be affected by menopause. And actually, quoting some of those employers who do such a brilliant job in supporting colleagues, menopause doesn't just affect those of us that experience it firsthand. Many of us might be working alongside somebody that's experiencing the menopause. Many of us might have partners at home experiencing the menopause, friends, family, colleagues, whoever. This is really an inclusive subject. Everybody needs to know about the menopause. And I'll come on to some beliefs, and as Anna was saying earlier, some limiting beliefs around menopause and how we change our hearts and minds on that. So this is an incredibly compelling case for all employers to take action on. And I'll talk through later what employers are actually doing in the UK to make such a huge difference for their colleagues. But I do want to cover off some of the key facts about menopause because this is something everyone needs to know about. This is a life skill we're looking at here. So I couldn't help myself. I wanted to make sure that I'm covering off some of the key information. And I'm going to just mention the stages of menopause, the ages of menopause, and actually what's going on during the menopause. But I want to start with the definition. Menopause itself, the word itself means ceasing of periods, menopause. That's all it means. And for us, this is a 1 day in time event, which is when somebody can look back over the last 12 months when they've not had a period, the following day is classed as their menopause. But this is a transition which happens over many years. And before that 1 day in time is what's known as the perimenopause. Peri simply meaning around. So around the time of ceasing of periods. But the perimenopause transition is when our bodies start to change, our hormones start to change, and that could be when we start to experience symptoms as a result of those hormonal changes. And the perimenopause stage is actually the most mysterious phase of them all, because you might start to experience symptoms. You might actually put those symptoms down to other things. For example, thinking that you're stressed at work, or thinking you've just got too much going on, and maybe that's why you're not sleeping, or maybe that's why you're feeling anxious, or experiencing hot flushes. But it could also be as a result of the hormonal transition that is happening in our bodies. And once that 1 day in time, the menopause has happened, we are post-menopause for the rest of our lives. And I'll show you an example of what that looks like very shortly. But I also want to cover the ages of menopause, because from our experience over the last 9-10 years, we know that the ages of menopause is actually something that is, again, misunderstood by so many people. Many people think it's much older than it really is. I know certainly when I was 45 and I started to experience my perimenopause stage, I would have been very surprised if somebody had said, do you think it could be the menopause? Because I would have associated that with somebody much older than I was at the time. And again, there are differences of menopause age around the world. In the UK, in Australia, in the US, we tend to say that 1 day in time is at the average age of 45, with the perimenopause starting around about 4 5, 7 years, 10 years in some textbooks before that. But this can be much earlier. For those that are experiencing menopause, for example, in Asia, in India, it tends to be much earlier than 51, so around about 45, with the perimenopause starting maybe in the late 30s. So again, it's good to check out what the statistics are in your part of the world. But that's the average age. And for some of us, we may experience menopause later than the average age, but that's less common. But there's also early menopause, and I know the youngest person I know experienced menopause at the age of 17. And, you know, that kind of just seems, it can be devastating for those individuals that experience very, very early menopause, and that can be a natural early menopause. For example, for some people, they don't know why it's happened earlier. For others, there may have been a family history of early menopause, so worthwhile checking within your family when menopause tends to happen. But that's natural transition. I also want to mention that some individuals experience menopause as a result of surgery. So if you've heard of the terms hysterectomy or oophorectomy, some individuals will experience a surgical menopause, which can happen at any age rather than it being at the average age. And I also want to mention that some individuals will experience menopause as a result of being induced into menopause. For example, somebody struggling with severe endometriosis, a menstrual health condition, may have menopause induced through medication to actually alleviate or reduce their symptoms. So induced menopause can happen at any time too. So understanding the ages and understanding the ages of menopause compared to the demographics of your organization and how many people could be affected is absolutely key. And I did mention I wanted to show you an illustration because for me, showing what's actually going on helps us understand the menopause so much more. And what I'm showing you now, this is not a scientific drawing. This is an illustration of what happens to our hormones throughout our lives. Because from the day we're born to the day we die, our hormones are changing. And what you can see on this illustration is our hormones, our estrogen, our progesterone, testosterone increasing from puberty to what is often termed as our fertile years. And then you can see that's kind of a flat line, but actually it's not really a flat line because this is when we're having our menstrual cycles and our hormones change during those cycles too. But then you can see what happens during the perimenopause phase. And you can see that estrogen is really fluctuating and progesterone and testosterone are declining. And it's that, if you like, chaos that's happening, those significant shifts in our hormones that are actually triggering the symptoms. And you can see there's also post-menopause. That's hopefully when our hormones rebalance, albeit at a different level, but hopefully symptoms can start to abate. But one thing I would mention is post-menopause, while our symptoms may lessen, is also a time for us to consider our long-term health and changes in our, for example, in our heart health, in our bone health. Those can change quite dramatically after that time. So I hope that helps understand what's actually going on in our bodies. And this is a transition all women will experience. And by women, I would say others can be affected by these hormonal changes, whether that is, for example, men experiencing medication that is affecting their hormones, or those that may be going through a gender transformation or confirmation. But that is actually what's going on. Now, let's just have a look at some of the symptoms around menopause. Because certainly when we started working with organizations and saying to people, what's your association with the menopause? What's the first word that comes to mind when we say menopause? And maybe you can put the first word that comes to mind when I say menopause in the chat now. It was very interesting to hear some of the associations and the beliefs around menopause. So people were saying things like, well, hot flushes, moody, difficulty sleeping. Actually, old was actually one that came up quite a lot. But actually, menopause symptoms are much more than hot flushes. So you've got the physical symptoms, which might be changes in periods, it might be fatigue, it might be difficulty in sleeping, it might be hot flushes or night sweats. It might be those. Some people experience other physical symptoms too. But actually, in research after research after research, when we say to people, what are the symptoms that affect you most at work? It's not hot flushes that come top. It's actually the lesser known symptoms around the menopause, which are the psychological symptoms. So we hear people talking about struggling with anxiety, and they may not have experienced anxiety before, but they're experiencing it now, or difficulty concentrating, or the word brain fog is one we hear in the UK. And when you start to appreciate not just the physical symptoms, but also those psychological symptoms, you can really start to understand how somebody can be affected at work. And particularly if somebody is struggling to sleep and they're experiencing hot flushes, night sweats, and you can end up with a downward spiral of it really starting to affect their general health and well-being and how they feel at work. So it's worthwhile understanding the wide range of symptoms. That is the physical, psychological, and I've already touched on long-term health, long-term risks around bone health and heart health. So they're the symptoms of menopause. And that's not necessarily a pretty picture, is it? But what I would say, and one thing that has been really transformational here in the UK, Australia, and we're starting to see this now in the US, is knowledge is power. Understanding the stages, ages, symptoms of menopause means that you can start to appreciate and look out for, actually, is this something I'm experiencing right now? And in addition to that, starting to understand what you can do if you're experiencing those symptoms to be at your best. And the opportunities, the options that are available are much wider than people realize. And that's both the medical, for example, HRT or MHT, whatever you might call it in your part of the world, through to nutrition, diet, lifestyle is absolutely key during this time and can make a huge difference to what you're experiencing and helping to manage your symptoms and long-term health generally. But taking a cue from Anna there, also mindset is key around this time. And because, if your mindset is, this is going to be a really difficult time and what am I going to experience in all of this, that can actually make your symptoms feel worse. So back to knowledge is power. The more you can learn about this, the more you can understand how somebody could experience the menopause and what they can do about it, then that can make a huge difference to somebody in thriving throughout their life and being at their best and getting the most out of their career and life. The one thing I would make sure that we're really super clear on is everyone is different in this transition. So whether that is your age of menopause, whether that's the symptoms, and I've mentioned 3 in 4 of us experience symptoms, 1 in 4 experience symptoms, 1 in 4, if you look at those maths, experience no symptoms at all. So our differences around how we come to menopause, how we might choose to manage our symptoms. And again, this might be a preference thing, or it might be a medical health, a medical history type of thing. We can all experience it in a different way. And something that is absolutely key for us is to say that symptoms don't have to be really bad or even unbearable before help is available. So do read up about the menopause and do think about, if you're experiencing this right now, what can you do to support yourself, and what support can you get from your healthcare practitioner, your GP, your doctor, your practice nurse, and what can your employer do? Which brings me on to talking about what employers are doing in the workplace right now. I've talked about the reasons why and how somebody can be affected by menopause, but it's also key to understand what's going on and what these employers are doing to make a difference to their employees and their organizations. And again, it's important to appreciate that every employer is different too. Different existing cultures, different leadership styles, different existing policies and practices. They may already have some support in place so that you can tap into that. But there's also different jobs. So many of us work in offices, many of us might be working in other people's offices or working outdoors. Those roles will be different, and the support that an employer can give will be different on those different roles. And of course, this is a global transformation. And what we're seeing in different parts of the world is those different cultures, those different routes to healthcare practitioners and support that's available, as well as roles in the organisation. They all need to be considered if an organisation wants to be menopause friendly. So what is it that employers are doing right now? And something I want us to all be really clear on is when we talk about menopause, and it was interesting listening to Anna's session earlier, menopause is a sensitive subject. For many people, it might feel uncomfortable talking about menopause, and certainly that was our experience in the UK when we started to open up the conversation. And of course, it's also a subject that is, there's a lot of myths around it, a lot of misunderstanding, and have been for years. So if we're looking at a significant cultural shift, like we're seeing in the UK going global, that's a transition that happens over years. It's not something that you're going to read an article necessarily or look at an article on your intranet and suddenly you're changing hearts, minds and beliefs about the menopause overnight. It takes effort and it takes different activities to make sure that you're reaching those people that are experiencing the menopause, giving them the confidence to talk about it if they're experiencing the menopause, and giving them the opportunity to say, this is the support that would really help me during my while I'm experiencing symptoms, and making sure that that support is there and it's absolutely available. Now, we're seeing a lot of this. We're seeing some amazing practice in the UK, and we have over 120 employers who've actually achieved accredited menopause friendly status that's been judged by an independent panel. So they're saying they're demonstrating the difference that they've made in their organisation. And what those employers are doing is, and I've cut this into 5 key areas of focus. So while we're all different, actually the similarities are, it's these 5 areas of focus that can really make a difference in all organisations. The first one is we've seen organisations, and one in 4 organisations in the UK now have a menopause policy or guidance document in place. And what that does is it says to everybody in the organisation that this is something that we consider is important to our organisation. This is how we want to support anybody that's struggling with the menopause during this time. And so it includes that mission statement. This is important to us. It supports the key facts about menopause, some of those that I included earlier. So if somebody's struggling, they can go to their intranet, they can find this policy and they can see, well, yes, my organisation takes this seriously. These are the key facts. And importantly, this is how this organisation will support me. So having that document in place is fundamental to enable your organisation to make the cultural shift. It's also very helpful for any line manager who might have one of his team or one of her team talking to them about menopause to be able to go and find that document and understand what their role is in supporting that individual. But this is a sensitive subject. It's not easy for all of us to talk about menopause. And I would say from our experience, for some of us, we might be comfortable talking about it. For others, we might think that this is a private topic, something that's happening to me and I'm not comfortable talking about it in the workplace environment. And if symptoms aren't getting in the way, then that's absolutely fine. But we also see so many people who it really is uncomfortable from a cultural perspective. And we saw that particularly in some, for example, in India, where it's really not something that people were saying that they feel comfortable talking about, not just at work, but also at home. But we've got to change our mindset around this because this is a transition which will affect all of us at some time, whether that's firsthand or through our relationships. So it's important to, if you like, get the conversation going and make it a normal conversation. So how organisations engage with people at work is very often starting with listening to them. Many organisations might put a menopause session on for their colleagues and invite everybody to come and listen and talk. But what's key is saying, is listening to colleagues and saying, what's getting in the way of you being at your best at work and what can we do to help? And we've seen a remarkable difference when organisations demonstrate that they're open to listening to their colleagues and making the differences that support them at work. But engagement is something that needs to continue to happen. Breaking down those barriers for people feeling reluctant to talk about menopause or feeling uncomfortable takes time. So, whether you're talking about it on World Menopause Day, which was last Friday, or you're talking about it on International Menopause Day, it's important to keep the communications coming so that you break down all of those barriers and enable menopause to be just any other conversation point, any other topic. But training is also a key area of focus for organisations because there is so little understanding about menopause as a subject, and whether that is training up your HR professionals, occupational health, or training up your managers to enable them to support colleagues, or actually providing the training for the colleagues themselves. And I think this is one of the fundamental differences that menopause-friendly employers make, is many people haven't had the education on this. It's not something that's taught in schools, certainly not in the UK. That's about to change. So providing that training for all is something that UK organisations, the organisations in Australia and the US that have started to make these changes, actually makes a difference, not just in the workplace, but in outside of work too. So do provide that training, that structured training. And one of the things that we found, both with engagement and in training, is many people want to talk about menopause, but haven't had the platform to talk about it before. And it's interesting to see that for many people, when you start talking about menopause, it's surprising how many people join in with this. So I think that one is a start with the engagement and the training, and develop your policy. And I've mentioned support and the environment a little bit, but we have seen organisations now working with their wellbeing providers, EAP, employee assistance programs, are now putting menopause support as part of their offer, their benefits. But it is important to check out what support is already available for individuals, and add menopause to it if you can. And the environment. Now, this is something, and I mentioned those two fundamental important questions: what's getting in the way of you being at your best, and what can we do to help? And when employers ask that question, they're very often surprised that actually for so many people, it's not significant changes, it's adjustments that are required. Some organisations have changed their uniforms, but they've given us feedback that that was easier than they thought it was going to be. They've switched from synthetic materials to natural fibres, and that makes a difference to individuals that might be experiencing, for example, hot flushes. And the nice thing is, it's not just for menopausal people that that benefit has helped. Others have said, actually, this is so much better than it was before. It might be providing desk fans. It might be providing period products in toilets. But what's important is going back to the engagement and asking people in your organisation, what can we do to help? So there are 5 key areas of focus that every employer can actually do something to support their colleagues. But it's important that you consider all of those areas, because if we want to change hearts and minds around the menopause, and if we want to change the words we use about menopause and move from that hot flushes and old and grumpy, and move to words having power, appreciating that we have so much more that we can give in our organisations, and it would be terrible if we left unnecessarily. So appreciating the capable, wise, knowledgeable, experienced, empowered, changing our hearts and minds, changing the culture, changing our language, and enabling people to be at their best at work. What's not to love about that? And of course, we're seeing a lot of success in the UK. We are now starting to see those changes at work. And this is from the Menopause Friendly Employer Awards, which happened in September, which saw us celebrating and recognise fabulous best practice from individuals and through organisations. So we've proved it can be done. And I guess the question that we're always asking is, what can we do to help everybody else around the world support people through their menopause and beyond, so that we can all be at our best for longer? And with that, I'll check to see if there are any questions. But one thing I would say is we have a wealth of information that's available on downloads. So whether you're an individual experiencing the menopause yourself, it's a good source of information that you can tap into. Or one of the things I'm conscious that many of us might be in the position to help those that are experiencing the menopause. So if you can to get your organisation to start talking about menopause, be the change you want to see, talk to people in your organisation, your HR people, and say, what are we doing on the menopause? When are we going to start working towards being a menopause friendly employer? And as I say, those downloads are available and they're free. So wherever you are on your journey right now, we'd really like to see everybody taking action.
Yes, thank you so much for that very impactful session and so bold and so important. Thank you so much. Yes, we have time for actually only one question because you already answered some of them during the presentation. So we have a little time for one question and one answer from your side. So Elena is asking, what can we do to avoid the trap that increasing awareness of the symptoms of menopause by companies does not create more barriers for women over age of 35 being hired and promoted?
I think that's an excellent question because it's certainly something that we asked ourselves at the outset. Is this a good thing to do? But actually, the experience, we haven't seen anybody this increasing the amount of discrimination. And I think that's because, we approach this in a very fact-based situation and we're very careful with the statistics. So when you start to appreciate that not all of us will experience symptoms as a result of the menopause, and actually, most organizations have found that they don't have to. This doesn't cost them a lot to do. And they're seeing the benefits of helping people stay in the organization. So, going back to those four key reasons, they're the things that organizations are benefiting from, and they're appreciating the benefits outweigh the risks. But actually, I also think that's one of those things that stops us from talking about menopause as individuals in the first place. So if your culture is, that if you're not performing at your best, then there's not really a place for you in this organization.
Okay, so
Oh,
ah,
sorry, my
no,
screen
no, no.
just went. Is that shared? If that's stopping you, then by all means, if you've got an employee resource group, if you have groups within your organization, test the waters, talk to people about it, appreciate the facts, and appreciate the benefits far outweigh the risks.
Thank you so much. Once again, so important. Thank you. And thank you for sharing your expertise with us today.
Thank you.
So, before we wrap up, I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our media partners who have helped make this event possible. Women in Tech Portugal, Female Techpreneur, Women Entrepreneurs Review, Indian Business Council, Bulgaria Women in Agile, Gig Girls Portugal. We deeply appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Let's come back in a minute for our next talk. Up next, we have a speaker who is a true leader in the field of employer branding and HR innovation. Please join me in welcoming Barbara Zich, the founder of EB Employer Branding Stars, and the Employer Branding Institute. Barbara has over 20 years of experience in HR with 400 employer branding projects under her belt. She's also authored 7 books, developed 16 HR tools, and launched 3 HR startups. As the head of postgrad studies on AI in HR and effective employer branding, she helps organizations around the world leverage AI and innovation to transform employee and candidate experience. Barbara will be speaking on a very important topic today: championing diversity in tech, from awareness to authentic action. In this session, she will explore how employer branding terms can drive meaningful change by embedding diversity and inclusion into company culture with a special focus on underrepresentation in tech. But before we dive into her talk, let's say a quick hello. Hi,
Hello,
Barbara.
hello, hello. Can you hear me well?
It's Yes, I can hear you very well. It's an honor to have you here with us today. How are you today? Because I know that you've been busy last couple of days because of your own conference, EB Stars,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How was it?
That's true. It was amazing because there was like 70, speakers from the different parts of the globe with case studies, including tech. So yeah, it was busy, but we finalized yesterday evening. So I'm today here for you. So yeah, and congratulations on winning the Employer Branding Stars Award this year. So
Thank
really, I'm
you.
really, really great to see you. Great.
Yes,
You one of
great
the
to
very
hear.
first. Yes, sir. Go.
Yes, yes, thank you. It was amazing event actually. So, and we are very, very proud about the awards, of course. But it's great to
Well,
hear that you are good today, ready to your talk, of course. So, I guess everyone is ready to to explore your topic. So, I
yeah,
think let's jump into your talk.
great. Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. Okay, so let's start. If something is wrong, just let me know. As Agata said, I'm Barbara Zaik. Here is the QR code to my LinkedIn. So if anybody would like to join LinkedIn networking and have a chat about what we're talking today or any other topic, just please do. I'm going to talk about the championing diversity and about the diversity a bit. As mentioned before, I'm coming from Employer Brand Institute. That's the organization mainly focused on strategical thinking in employer branding and preparing strategies, research, implementing innovation, technology, and data into company cultures. So yeah, and there's also a few projects like Employee Branding Stars. We just closed yesterday awards, 100% based on data. So we really look into how organizations are really using using the energy to produce great effects. I'm really into data, so I started with data, obviously. But yeah, we look at the different companies, many of them actually in tech, also different parts of the world. We're recording case studies globally, like looking who is doing what are the best practices. We try to show them each year at the global scene. We record podcasts. We have academy when you can watch all these case studies. We really want to bring the best practices into in the community. So yeah, and one of this great project is Employee Branding Star Awards, and I'm really happy, as I said before, that Intellias was Poland Portugal team were awarded yesterday with the exceptional Employer Branding Stars Awards for the exceptional policies and implementation in employer branding. So congratulations to you guys. I'm really proud of you and happy to share a little bit of what we're seeing, what I'm seeing with you in the topic of diversity inclusion. A very hot topic, by the way, these days. And I'm happy this is a hot topic because we really need that. When we look at the data, it's like, as I said, I'm really into data first, and I always try to look for why we should do, why we should do things. The first and most important thing when you're implementing any intervention, any tools, especially such a sensitive topic like diversity, inclusion, belonging, you always want to build a business case. We build business case like why we should do that, what for, what kind of revenue is going to we're going to generate with that. We will not be able to force the change or implement the change. First, we need data. We need to build a business case. So that's why I'm using data a lot, because I really believe if you want to talk to business, talk to stakeholders, C-level, about very sensitive things, very like employee branding is, for example, but I believe diversity inclusion too, you really need data. The more data you've got, the better business case you've got, the better you're able to explain what kind of return on investment you're going to bring, the strongest position you've got, and the more space you've got for the for implementation, right, and for the change. So I would strongly encourage you to do that, to collect not only data from the survey, like from the market. I'm going to show you a bunch of them, but also from your internal data, right? So yes, I believe you just remember that data is important. So looking at the bunch of statistics, it's like it seems like diversity, which is really great in when you're looking at the what makes people being attracted to the to and applying for the jobs. We definitely see that Gen Z consider employers' commitment to diversity and inclusion when deciding where to work. So it's like a huge number, 83% of them. And I really like that. Also, there's a huge Glassdoor research saying that 1/3 of applicants won't even apply to a company that lacks diversity, right? So this is a very strong argument. We see it clearly when we ask people in different groups. It's not like only one region, one country, or one persona. But whenever we ask about diversity, inclusion, belonging, if it's important, yes, they're saying it's important when thinking about applying for a job. In the same time, we see this is from Glassdoor too. We also see that people quitting a job after witnessing or experiencing discrimination at work. This is very important data for the employers. Like when you think about attrition these days, which is hot topic again, like how to keep people engaged, how to keep people motivated, but also how to keep people loyal. When you look at this data from that perspective, it's a huge start. So we can also look at the different groups, and we but the main insight is like this is something that matters to your attrition level. So from the candidate's view, it's important. From the employer's view, like at least HR guys who are who cares about attrition. Well, everybody cares about attrition because it's producing cost, but this is important. But when you go deeper into the data, inclusive teams see up to a 30% of improvement in company performance. So what we also see is like we work better. The company overall performance is higher when the teams are diverse. And why is that? A bunch of data, like we collaborate much more better. We work harder. Well, I don't like this word harder, but more effective maybe. And we are much more likely to stay, right? 19% is like a huge percentage. So we also see increase in job performance, reduction in employee turnover. This is like a data from different studies. Just showing you to prove that there's a lot of reports, data from the market you can use when building the business case, but also to be sure and in line with what we want to do is right. And also the decrease in sick days taken, right? So that's why the performance is up when we diverse. And when we look at how much we outperform competitors when we run diverse and inclusive culture. We see huge percent on that, and it matters what kind of diversity it is, but to sum up, it's like there's another study by McKinsey. It pays off if it's ethnic diversity, if it's gender diversity, if it's combined, it's even better. So all the data is saying that it pays off. It also pays off. This is the chart I like. It's like showing like when that in terms of job engagement and job performance, what's happening when female is a leader, when female is leading other female, when one is leading the team, etc. So those data also showing that it pays off, and it's in terms of job engagement, job performance. It's good to have such structure within the team, right? So this is for the huge data set from 100 countries, but definitely you can now these days quite easily run such analysis within the organization and check if such trend, a such pattern is running into within your team. So this is it. We also see that more women equals more women, that the leaky pipeline is like when the CEO is a woman, she is more likely to have female senior managers in operations, or the organization is more likely to have senior managers in operations, in the profit and loss functions, and general position with women, right? So we also see that this influencing not only the position the woman is taking, but the other functions. So that's how probably the network is growing through one person to another, and that's what we definitely know when look at the organization network analysis, the kind of data analysis we run for the organizations when looking at how people are networking with each other, and that's something we observe as well. Yet nice data showing, and that's strong business case that it's paying off, but having diverse environment. Yet we see it's at least US companies, the only not 5.5% of the CEOs are women. So, well, it's nice to have women, hiring other women and etc. It's nice to say, but we need to start at the top, and that's something we can maybe not force organization to do that, but by showing that a building business case, we can definitely show that it pays off. And here is the employer branding part. Like obviously it's something that can help, and my role is to show you how to use that, how to since we know it's working, where to start, where to find the tools, and how to proceed with the topic, right? Employer branding is a specific area itself. It needs a business case to be pitched properly. But I really believe it can be combined. And by using employer branding, you can definitely attract more women, more diverse workforce, different kind of people to organization, keep them engaged, right? Because that's something, keeping diverse, keeping diversity. Actually, I would say it's even harder than showing that we are diverse and sourcing diverse workforce, right? So how to approach that with employer branding? First of all, we need to understand how to build employer branding function. What is maybe not building, because that's not the slot about that, but it's really important that the employer branding is not only about the nice recruitment campaigns. Obviously it is about that. We need to package our offering, but we also want to optimize the effectiveness of the organization. So whenever you think about employer branding, you want to think about the goals like sourcing right people, and here is a place for sourcing diverse workforce and diverse talents, and also how to keep people on board, the people we want to keep, right? So this is the goal of employer branding. And obviously we produce nice graphics, nice tools. We are present in social media and do all the stuff externally, but it should have a goal, right? Once we understand that why we do employer branding, it's easier. So first thing that we need to go for and to make exercise, I would say, it's to decide who is our persona. Let's say who is our target group or target groups, right? Especially when we want to attract diverse talents from the market, we need to understand, okay, so who do we want to target, who that person is, who that talent group is, and how to attract them. This is the holy grail of the employer branding, and we definitely want to do that at the very beginning of our exercise, and starting from not who is available on the market. That's important too, but first is, okay, so who do we want to have within our organization? Who is our top performer? Who we want to keep engaged? It starts internally, right? So once we've got the talent persona and the target group defined, we want to understand, okay, so how to communicate our offer, embed our offer throughout the whole talent journey, starting from recognizing the brand through applying processes, and then recommendation when somebody is exiting the organization. So when you think about buying some stuff, like I don't know, maybe you've just bought a watch, a car, or something small. Think about how this process and how the decisions of buying something went, what was happening in your mind, what was the steps. So it's quite similar when people are thinking about it, applying to the job, deciding to accept the offer, and then consuming the offer, meaning being employed by the employer. So think about that. Each time we just examining all the processes behind these steps. There is like a 38 RBS we examine, we audit. There's more than 200 processes behind. Every time we start with thinking about, okay, so how to build the employee brand, we start with that questions. So here is the path that you are communicating your offer. Then obviously each step you can measure experiences, like candidate experiences. How was it with our brand when you were applying to us? And then measuring employee experiences connected to the brand. So that's every step, every moment can be measured. So and we call it kind of an employee experience. And what we're offering, that's important to understand. Okay, so we're offering not only tangible elements of the offer, like perks, benefits, ways of development, hybrid work culture, atmosphere, but also the emotions. So we communicate our culture, we communicate emotions, we communicate how we cooperate with each other, what kind of atmosphere we're building, right? So that's we call it DNA and culture. Sometimes we use the archetype. So you see the archetype wheel we use to position the cultures, and we try to match people, meaning candidates, to the company's cultures the company's archetypes to be sure that that people we source, they will be happy with us in terms of a culture fit. And obviously the offer fitness is important too. So that's just simply simplifying the process. That's the operational model. So we have to know our target groups, product, both sides of the product, and then we need to understand how to sell this product, meaning employment value proposition, or EVP in short. Our goals, always remember acquisition and building attractiveness and sourcing the right people and retaining them, make them happy to work with us. So those, I would say, 4 elements are important when we build these strong employer brands. And when we build the brands that are diverse, and we want to build diverse culture, each step matters. And I would say we're not going to talk about all the steps, like all the particular processes, because there's many of them. But I was thinking about what is critical, and when this magic happening, when you're trying to build a diverse culture, an inclusive culture, an organization that is bringing the performance out of it. So the first step, I would say, is mapping your critical group, like mapping the personas, but also target group that you might find relevant to your sourcing. So I would say looking for the critical points in your data, like trying to understanding, okay, where is the problem, where we have the leverage points, but also where if data shows us if we have a problem somewhere, if the pipeline is blocked. Here is the perfect example from one organization, showing that on a very simple chart. That's a very simple chart, and it's obvious where we've got the problem. The higher the position is, the less diverse it is, and we should definitely look at what's happening when somebody is jumping from instructor to assistant professor, right? I don't have to comment that. I think everybody knows what's going on here, and that's the very common situation in this sector. But it's just a good example of how to look at your data. You can also look at the critical points at your dashboards. That's the very simple dashboard for gender analysis. Quite old one, but these days it's perfect to understand what's going on with our gender bias. Looking at the starters, looking at the levers, and then looking at the headcount in general. Where is the percentage higher? Where are we imbalanced? What's going on with people and diversity when we moving from the one point on the talent journey to the meaning applying to company, or even recognizing the company to the exiting particular employer, right? So it's something that it can be done really easily these days, especially when you have the hiring data or talent management data. I would say this is a must to look at and find where are the bottlenecks for our diversity. We do it with the employers in a specific way, because what we do is employer branding, trying to understand much deeper, not only what are the groups we should target, but also what they're thinking. Why is that? Is it internal blocker or systemic blocker for that, or maybe something that this is something embedded into the particular talent group we are targeting? Because sometimes you want to do a systemic change within the organization. Sometimes you just have to say, okay, this is the group that we will not be able to work with any longer, like we cannot do anymore. So we have to change the profile of our target group. So this is important question, and to face that, you really want to have data. Right, so there is a pro tip. I'm teaching a lot of AI these days, so I find it useful to just show you. That's not an example on gender bias, but any data if you feel like we are on a tech conference, so I don't have to talk about AI, but you can use any of secure LLMs these days. Secure meaning secure in my opinion, it's like that you are allowed, or you can upload your data, and probably it should be something internal, but just to check for if you see any patterns in your data, if there is any bias. Just going through different data set, you can check if there is any first signals of this problem, right? Problem, I would say maybe the challenge in this topic. It can be gender, it can be ethnicity, it can be something else. So really simple thing. Yeah, that was the dashboard we're building for the employee brands. But so this is the first step. It's like, and I would say like finding what's going on, where we've got bottlenecks is important, and that's something we do at the very beginning of the process. Because if you do not understand what's going on, which process is producing you problem, where is the challenge, why people do not progress in their career, and which group is not progressing in their career, that's then you cannot design any solution. So I would definitely start with that. And the second will be understanding what they need. They meaning any group you want to target. If it's the if it's the specific gender, age group, this is up to you, and up to the first the stage first I said I just talked about. So here we've got, for example, the top 5 factors influencing job satisfaction in the tech industry: job security, employee benefits, work-life balance, managerial support, diversity, equity, inclusion. This is fine for the start. This is something that, and by the way, this is for women, obviously, and we can start with the data, but building the strategy and the offer designing, it's hard. It would be hard just having only this population report. So we need to go deeper with the data and with the questioning, and finding out what your target group needs, because this is good for the start. So we really need to understand, and we want to understand what our target group needs, what our persona needs, but also what competitors offer to stay attractive. And here is the archetype wheel, one of the tools you can use. It doesn't have to be this one, but you really want to understand first what is the ideal employer of our persona, what is current employer, how is current employer addressing that. So it can be a set of offer elements, it can be set of values you're asking about. It can be, I don't recommend just using the archetype and ask about the archetype, because that the connections with archetypes is too strong. So there is a specific way to find your right archetype. But it's not about that. It's about just asking, okay, so what's your ideal employer? How we as an employer are delivering that? What do you need? This is the great question to the candidates. Like, okay, so where would you like to work? What would be the best place to work? How would you feel? You can even, you can go further with the questions like, okay, so if we were, I don't know, mini-series, how would you describe us? Which one would it be? Different questions. But this is important to really understand. Okay, so what culture our persona needs before we start communicating with that, and actually who is our persona? Because look, let's say there is an icon on Discoverer. Let's say we see that our persona is a Discoverer. Is Discoverer or wants to work for Discoverer, but let's say we are Wizard, and our Wizard culture is not necessarily matching the needs of our persona. This is producing attrition risk, and we don't want to have such profile unless we change our culture profile. Usually companies are not changing the culture profile that easily. It's much better to think about persona we want to source, right? So it's much easier to change the target group profile and reposition our culture. And obviously, you want to understand who is who on the job market, who is our first. The competitor mapping is the exercise you want to go through. You can also ask your people, your employees, candidates to do such map, and then we can examine them and benchmark them on the map, how they communicate the culture. And then we can see, okay, so where should we be? Where is the closest culture? Who is our competitor in terms of that for our diverse talents? The focus groups or interviews you are conducting with your persona, like people who are representing your persona, is also a great source of the insights. And always ask for, okay, so what your development needs, what you would like to go for in terms of skills. So this is the perfect moment that you are able to map a future offering, but also insights that you can use in communication or building your offering or changing your policies and tools internally. So here is the perfect situation. I don't know if you see, if you observe that on your markets, but I would use that insight about AI, about actually women who are in this group being being much more reserved towards the AI learning. Okay, so once you understand your persona and what does this particular target group needs, you want to build the personas profile. And as you see, that's the example of one of our employee branding strategies. Slightly changed, obviously, but when you look at the 5 personas we built for the employer, we see that there was a strong focus on female tech experts. And we wanted to address this specific group in the strategy, right? So it doesn't have to be like that. It can be like, okay, so we're building the tech starters persona or tech experts persona, and then we value both female and male groups in that. But sometimes it's like we definitely want to focus on female tech experts or female persona because we see that we need different strategy for that, right? Different strategy meaning we go under umbrella communication, for example, with the same platform, but we want to reach the specific target group, and here we've got such a situation. And when we thinking about, okay, so what is how is this persona specific? I'm not going to go through that in the details, but you definitely don't want only to focus on skills, background, but you want to know the characteristics, expectations, motivators, what's making this particular target group joining you, what is our offer, what we can offer her in that persona. It was important also to what are the challenges when applying to us. So we really want to go and understand what's going on with this particular group. Then when you're building the offer, we try to find the elements of the employment value proposition that are suited to that kind of profile, and find the way of communication for that persona. So this is about persona. It was the second point on the map. Then we've got, okay, so how to sell our offer. Selling meaning communication with purpose on making the change or making people to behave in a way we want, right? Like applying to the offer. So that's selling for me. So we want to sell our offer, communicate with our target group. So we were on the talent groups, then we've got a product and we want to sell that. We use different processes to sell that, to reach our goals in terms of acquisition and retention. And few examples, and I must say, it's like we talk a lot about diversity, especially when we look at the gender diversity, but I must say it's like there's not a lot of great content. Maybe it's not a good idea to say that comment. It's like what I see. I would like to see much more and much better done in terms of content or concepts or using insights, the programs that we could build. It's like we look at the different different examples worldwide, and it's definitely a space to grow there. So I just choose a few examples to how to plan the communication, how to reach the target groups, just focusing on females. But what is important, it's few examples. First, you want to be transparent, you want to be honest with your audience. It's better to say, oh, we've got a problem, or we started with a problem and now it's like that, than just saying, oh, it's great. And it's the perfect example from the Secure Women recruitment marketing campaign states, starting with such words.
I've been working in IT since 2012, and I've been usually the only woman in that team. At 16, I was in the tech industry, and my team never looked like me, right? My team, they're mostly comprised of white males, older white males. So one of the awesome things is that I have a female manager, and my team is actually comprised of, out of the 9, 3 are women. It's pretty impactful. You see a role model in a way, and you see where your career can take you. That's motivating. I have always felt supported and empowered here at Carbon Black since I started as an intern. And from there, I've been surrounded by great individuals who love to not only coach, but also challenge me in ways that will grow me personally and professionally in my career. My favorite thing about Carbon Black is the work. There is a lot of work, but it is empowering work. It's challenging work, especially for someone early on in her career, able to take on new tasks and take on new projects and learn.
I'm just not playing it to the end, as you see. It's very honest, but also the hiring female is it's important there for me. From what I say, we see it works, but there is no special surrounding environment. It's like there is no wow, but it's like honest voice, and really
I've been
can
working
be
in
really powerful. The second one, that's the case from the yesterday conference. Zapier was presenting how they build the employer brand. But be sure and just go maybe just after the presentation and check your site if you show females first at your career site, right? That should be the first picture, like first photo. If you really diverse first employer on you, or you want to attract diverse talents, focusing on female, for example, right? It's like doesn't have to be female, because diversity is much wider topic. But if you want to, if you like the tech talent, female tech talents, you want to see as a candidate female at your career website first, and that's the perfect example. This is the really first photos you see when entering their career site. Also, the good example is to make your female stars talk good content. This is great example from.
Hi friends, I'm Cassie Kozyrkov, a recovering statistician, and today I'm going to help you understand the philosophical divide between Bayesian statistics and frequentist statistics. And in fact, this is going to be a medical diagnostic test to tell you which one you are. You ready? Okay. I've got a US quarter here. Nothing special, no shenanigans. It has a heads, that's the one with the head, and a tails, and I'm going to flip the...
Right, anyways, like we're not going to, you just definitely should watch this episode and this profile. She's not working at Google any longer, but she started to do this content when she was there. And as far as I know, obviously, but this is the example, like, okay, so let's talk not only about the career, how we face the challenge, it is nice to work with it within the tech company, or most of the time it's like about how it's hard to work. And so let's think about, okay, so let's prove ourselves. Let's find a proof that we really can talk great things and great stuff. We can produce insightful content that people want to watch. Yeah, and so I know it's like this can be that can be cruel, but it's like I would better just I would better to see like real content, people talking about real stuff, real issues, when instead of just, and it's obviously built by women, than just women saying, how hard we try to overcome the bias, right? It's like obviously we have to balance that, definitely, and take care about that. But what I see is that it should be more content from women in tech. It's hard, maybe it's not hard to find, but when you think about women in tech coming from the particular employers, it's really not that easy to find a good stuff. Right. So, well, there is a good stuff, but it's not that common, and that's not something you see at the very first sight. And that was this produce dedicated content. This is example of Siemens.
When I joined Siemens, everyone was supportive, believing in my competences.
I always felt that I have been treated as an equal.
There are lots of fabulous female leaders within Siemens.
When I joined my unit within Siemens, I was the only girl in the team. Now there are many.
To look up and see someone that you identify with is really encouraging.
Yeah, short one. But as we see, we got persona, and there was a communication strictly dedicated to that persona. So yeah, and that's the way too. What I like in this video was the surrounding, the workplace that we're going to jump just after being hired, right? So this is sophisticated. There's some robotics there, so it's nice to see that environment connected to the message. So dedicated content, dedicated channels, dedicated like mini strategies is a good idea too. Also showing success stories of your female employees is it's a huge thing. Like people saying something is nice, it's reinforcing the message, right? If you tell me like I've got a great jacket, I believe it more. That's the social brain working. So it would be great if we see more examples like, okay, our females, our employees are taking the stage. Very simple rules, but please be sure that you're doing that. Check your Glassdoor or wherever you use for showing your culture. There are dedicated tabs for that. And again, as Glassdoor said, I said at the very, very beginning, it's important for candidates to work in diverse and inclusive environment. So they even force that kind of checking that kind of button, so candidates can check who is doing what and check the comments, ratings on the company profiles, right? So try to be transparent with that. And showing dedication to the staff. There's a building, you probably know that, where you can check that what does it mean to be diverse and dedicated to that topic. So you can even, that's something I found nice. You can filter companies who are addressing those stuff. So you can even check like if there are any companies where mean gender pay gap is below 10%, right? So it's just not it's not like a buzzword only, like, oh, we are dedicated to that. If you really have a gender gap below 10%, it's that is concrete, this is data. That's the argument you should use. And there's another example, electronic arts. I love this example in terms of they're in the game dev industry, so you probably know them, but they are showing the inclusion and diversity. They're showing that as a separate career tab, and that's how they're showing it's important. They're also showing the reports, like weekly report, yearly reports on that on their site. They publish it openly, so it's really, really nice. And they also showing the communities. This is very important. This is the trend that is growing, employee resource groups for employees. And as you see, we see Women Ultimate Team being one of them, right? So not only claiming it's important, but also showing that it's actually working. We've got this employee resource group for that, and for many different things. But this is something that is working there. So, and the last one is look for inspirations beyond tech. As I said, there is not so many creative ways of reaching at least female talents, I would say. Looking at different things we see each year at the Employer Branding Stars Global Festival, like brands can get creative in that, but from my opinion, it's like pretty standard ways, and you can go for much more emotional, much more creative ways. So I just wanted to leave you with the inspiration at the end with the EasyJet campaign, and they made a study that reveals that was in UK that British primary school children believe that a pilot is a job for a man. So And actually, new data shows that travelers will hear "This is your captain speaking" from a female voice in just 1 in 17 flights per year, right? So, and actually, I can confirm that. You probably can confirm that as well. So, there's a huge bias in stereotype working and starting to work at the very beginning of school children so very early, and that's why they wanted to address that. They found that insight, and they wanted to address that in the campaign, because that's obviously influencing the sourcing strategy and sourcing and recruitment funnel, right? And it's not diversity on that position, at least when we think about gender. And so before they launched the pilot training program, they wanted to tackle that stereotypes. And what they do was, I think, something that we could maybe do for the whole sector. Maybe let's think about the sector campaign or sector um, um, initiative to reach people, like reach young kids, as you see, that's kids, reach them before they start career, before they even think about, okay, I want to work in tech or not. And we can influence that minds, producing the great diversity later. And that's the film.
I'm a lorry driver. I'm Farm Son. I'm Ben. Right, we're gonna do the register.
Can you do an impression of a mechanic?
Hello.
What do mechanics do?
They fix your engines.
How about a nurse? How would you describe a nurse?
They have a high-pitched voice sometimes. Hello, are you here to get your medicine?
Can you do an impression of a builder?
Hello, I'm the builder. We are builders and we're both very grumpy.
And what about a pilot? What do you think they look like?
Tall, big. My name is John. I'm Captain James. I'm Captain Jamie.
What's your captain name?
Banana. This is your captain speaking. This is your captain speaking. This is your captain speaking.
I want to introduce you to our very special guest. It's a pilot.
Hi kids, this is your captain speaking. My name's Rebecca and I'm an EasyJet pilot. We come in and we sit at the front of the plane here. Does anyone know what this part of the plane's called? The cockpit, absolutely.
I'm always sitting like that.
You in the back there, out the wing, yeah.
Yeah, that was my end slide, and hopefully it was an inspiration for you. If you know anything from tech that is addressing that age, and especially in recruitment marketing, that just let me know through LinkedIn. Definitely would like to see that. Maybe doing something like that, but I really recommend starting early and changing the mindset at the very early age. Right, so that was me, and if you've got any questions, I hope I can handle that.
Yes, everything is working. So thank you so much, Barbara, for that insightful session, for all the data and examples. Very inspiring, to be honest. So because right now we need to follow the agenda and we are before a short break, there is no time for proper Q&A, but I guess I kindly asking you guys if you if you have any questions for Barbara, catch her on LinkedIn, maybe connect with her. So, and I highly recommend it to follow her on social media for more insights like this. So,
Yeah,
yes, sadly,
definitely.
no time.
Yeah,
But
just
thank
I
you.
know.
Yeah.
Have
Thank you
fun.
once again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
read
for
the
sharing
rest
your
of the video.
expertise, all the tips, and yeah, thank you so much. Okay, before our short break for lunch, coffee, tea, whatever you like, I would like to say goodbye and thank you all for joining me this morning. Because after lunch, a new host will guide you through exciting sessions lined up for the afternoon. So we will be back at 2 p.m. Central European Time. So please enjoy short break and see you all very soon. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. 5 minutes delay. Sorry, we faced some technical issues. Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. We are going to the second part of the workplace stage at She's Tech Conference. And my name is Joana Almeida. I'm honored to be your host today, and I'm honored to be able to interact and speak with all the talented people that will be here today. As we go to the sessions, I would like to encourage you to participate, to interact, to leave some comments, to leave some feedback, and you can also leave your questions for the Q&A sessions in our chat. So please make these engaging and interactive. Uh, Meanwhile, I'm very honored to present our speaker for this second part. Our first speaker is Sashka Sholakova. She is the Global Diversity, Equity and Inclusive Lead HR at Atos. And hello, Sashka. How are you doing?
Hello, Ramona. I'm doing great. How are you? Thank you for
I'm great
having
too.
me.
Thank you for participating and for sharing your insights with us. After this kind of nerve-breaking issues with the connection on my side, we can start. So I would like to present you and your talk. So you are going to talk about the Employee Resources Group, empowerment in tech, driving inclusion and empowerment in tech organizations. So we would like to know your practical examples, your expertise on this field, and of course to listen a little bit about yourself. So the stage is yours. Thank you so much for being here.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, everyone, I hope you can hear me well. Let me introduce myself. I'm really, first, incredibly honored and excited to be here today with you. A special thanks to Intellias and United Nations Women for their outstanding commitment to gender equality and for creating this platform that brings together female experts across various fields to share their knowledge and insights. So, my name is Sashka Chwakova. A little bit about me. I'm 169 centimeters tall with brown hair, blonde ombre highlights, green, blue eyes, and I'm wearing a white shirt. But the most important thing I'm wearing is my smile because I'm about to talk about something that is very close to my heart, employee resource groups, and how to empower them and drive inclusion together in any organization. So, first, my introduction to ERGs came unexpectedly when I volunteered to co-chair Women's Network here in Bulgaria. So that experience combined with my hearing impairment just accidentally happened. It made me realize that being part of DNI work isn't just a job. It is a mission. It is a lifestyle. It's about constantly advocating for those who are not in the room. Yes, I have lost some friends along the way, but I have gained some invaluable ones who share my passion for equity. I've been in the IT industry for over 12 years. spending the last 6 years deeply involved in DEI Center of Excellence. Currently, I'm at Atos, a French multinational IT service and consulting company, where my goal is to promote D&I on a global scale and equip stakeholders with the tools they need to drive real change. So D&I isn't a nice to have anymore. It is a business imperative. This is what I really like to say. My hidden weapon today, I hope I'll be sharing some practical guidelines and some ideas with you. So feel free really to ask some questions at the end of the session. So, okay, why we're here, what to expect. In the first approximate 40 minutes, I will cover how to activate and support ERGs that create belonging, empower underrepresented groups, and ultimately drive organizational success. I'll provide some practical strategies for launching, sustaining, and maximizing ERG impact so they continue meaningfully to drive this effort in your diversity goals in your organization. So then I'll have a Q&A session in the last 5 minutes, perhaps, or even more. So make sure to stick around and ask away. So now let's dive into how my journey with the ERG started and the key lessons I've learned along the way. And give a little definition on what does mean ERG, right? So when I first stepped in as a co-chair for the Women's Network, I thought it was all about networking and socializing, team building activities and celebrating success, having a great time, even with my team, volunteering team, right? It was really fantastic. We even went together on some personal trips because it was really good. Every Wednesday, we were getting together, sharing our ideas, putting them into action plan. It was fantastic. But that perspective had to shift because ERGs were not just they're not just party like tea party or planning committee. It is much more. You're just their first voluntary. They're employee-led groups that aim to foster a diverse, inclusive workplace aligned with the organization's values. ERGs can focus on various aspects such as gender, race, ethnicity, and even much more. So their goal is to provide a space for underrepresented groups, community to belong, to voice the concerns, collaborate, and influence change. So ERGs, let me give you a little history, right? ERGs, they were started as race-based employee groups that developed due to racial tensions in the 1960s. Xerox is known for having the first ERG. It's called the National Black Employee Caucus, which was initiated in 1970. Their group was founded with the support of the CEO of Xerox at that time, Joseph Wilson. He encouraged Black employees to create this initial ERG. 10 years later, Xerox furthered their efforts by starting the Black Women's Leadership Caucus based on Douglas since 2008 information. Typically, organizations began with resource groups for Blacks and women. Initially, many of these ERGs emphasized social networking and opportunities to share experiences and challenges. Hewlett-Packard is recognized for forming the first LGBT ERG in the 1978. So this big, very busy slide, I promise it's on the only one. I would like really to share a bit more about the vital effort, like the outcome they could really drive and the value they bring. So it is much more than just community. So they just are driving force for innovation, leadership, and business success. Did you know that according to Harvard Business Review survey, 70% of the US respondents from 18 to 24 years old And 52% of the respondents 25 to 30 years old reported they would be more likely to apply for a role at a community who had ERGs and offer this type of services, let's call it this way. That's a massive impact. Let's throw some more numbers here. 40% of the companies use ERGs to boost recruitment and retention. 88% of Gen Z consumers are more loyal to companies that engage employees in social and environmental issues. And 90% of the innovation revenue comes from employees who feel psychologically safe, something that ERGs, they're really great at fostering. So ERGs offer a unique opportunity to enhance talent management and inform consumer-sensitive business strategies. Their benefits extend to both employees and employers, even customers, fostering an inclusive and innovative workplace, such as connections and networking. They create these networks across all levels of the organization, connecting employees with peers, leaders, and even decision makers. Hiring diverse employees through ERGs helps create marketing and products that resonate with broader, culturally diverse audiences, ultimately improving customer retention. I recall during my Hewlett Packard time years ago, the biggest customer event of the year, an ERG program participants invited diverse talent to engage with customers. Remarkably, one of the ERG chairs successfully closed a contract worth over $500,000. So just imagine, right? By encouraging diverse perspectives, ERGs provide culturally sensitive ideas that leads to informed decision making, leveraging the expertise of employees from specific demographics or populations. They could test products in beta launch, right? Provide feedback and bring perspective that you might have not really considered. ERGs, they offer leadership and promotion opportunities for employees on all levels, helping to nurture the next generation of leaders, or even executive sponsorship programs are very common practice, enabling both mentoring, enabling both top-down and bottom-up mentoring, where younger employees can even mentor senior leaders on emerging trends like social media. Let's not forget talent acquisition and management as well. By expanding recruitment efforts through the networks, organizations can attract a more diverse talent pool, enriching their workforce. Referral programs involving ERGs are a great approach to tap into this talent pool. Increase engagement and retention, culturally sensitive marketing and product development, community brand. They enhance the community's reputation as a diverse and inclusive employer, increasing visibility and positive engagement with the community, not only internally but externally. As their official resource to the company, showing up to pride parades, for example, collaborating with NGOs and volunteering externally always helps in enhancing the employer branding. So before we dive into establishing ERGs, it is crucial to understand where your company stands in terms of D&I experience and culture. So let's dive into the ERG maturity model. You'll find various interpretations of maturity levels in different resources, each describing the behaviors and the evolution of the ERGs. Drawing from my experience, insights from my Cornell University D&I certification, and the work of leading experts, I have developed a simplified version that captures the core principles. While this model is informed by my own journey, I must credit the collective expertise that shaped this vision. The journey typically begins with affinity groups, informal spaces where people with shared characteristics like gender or race come together to build community. These groups raise awareness, but they're just the start. Next, we have employee resource groups, more common name, right? More formalized, with leadership roles, with budgets and defined metrics. ERGs are where companies begin to see structural change as these groups help influence policies and drive inclusion initiatives. They win D&I awards, by the way. They receive accreditations and much more. At the most mature level, next and last one perhaps, we have business resource groups. Here, the group's activities, they align with business strategy. These groups aren't just advocating internally, they're influencing product design, tapping into diverse markets, and directly contributing to the revenue and innovation. Where does your company currently stand, and where can you take it next, right? So this is how you can begin. The first step to launching ERGs, securing executive sponsorship. It is essential for visibility and resource allocation. Leaders, they need to understand the value ERGs bring to diversity goals and the broader business. Talk to them in numbers. Leverage the ones, share few slides I just did seconds ago. Once you have secured buy-in, you can confidently move forward, knowing you will have the support you need to make the impact. When establishing an ERG cohort, you start with identifying underrepresented groups within your company. There are numerous types of ERGs at different organizations. They're typically organized by demographic, for example, women, life stage, generation, Y, X, Z, millennials, right? Or functions like sales, operations, and so on. One way to frame the types of ERGs is to view them as falling into one of the three categories: social cause centered, professional centered, and attribute centered. Just to mention again, most popular ones, besides women, right? There are possibilities for Hispanic and Pay Asian, LGBTQ plus, caregivers like dual earners, parents, single parents, adoptive parents, elder caregivers, health related, disability, let's not forget about them, right? Cultural diversity and or geographic area, generational, as I mentioned earlier, early career employees, right? Men and dads at the workplace, people with disabilities. Nearly half of the employees, they have this type of ERGs. So it is disability. So it's important that we open these communities even outside the communities, but also bring allies. So it is possible to have allies as well. Let's not forget religious affiliations, veterans, and so on. Moving to clear goals and objectives that align with your company's D&I strategy, it's really key to success. So this includes deciding on the size of the cohort, mission and vision, frequency of the meetings, and even communication channels. Having structured roles like chair and co-chair and leads for operations, comms, marketing, they're usually mandatory to me when I'm launching the ERGs. And my suggestion, mapping roles that are supporting the strategic pillars will ensure your ERG has the organization to drive. Here's the perfect timing to enter the executive sponsor. A senior leader charged with ensuring the group has the organizational capital to make their existence and activities impactful. Engaging an executive sponsor in an active leadership role vis-a-vis ERGs enables them to be catalysts for specific actions that nurture and develop the ERG. They're advocates, they speak on behalf of them when they are not in the room, right? They involve stakeholders and the organization itself. Executive sponsors are the hinges connecting ERGs with the companies that founded and hope to benefit from them. And don't forget diverse membership, including allies, as I earlier mentioned. Initially, the groups were very much closed for these underrepresented groups, but in the past, like couple decades, even earlier, it seems like they open to involve all different type of underrepresented groups, intersectionality, different identities, right? And if you want to be part of this, you're more than welcome. So it is really crucial to create this inclusive space. Welcome everyone, right? Recruit employees from various areas of the organization, job levels, locations, and articulate the benefits of participating in the ERGs. Thinking about telling them what's in it for me always really does the magic. And include not only employees that reflect the demographic, as I said, the advocates and the allies, they will bring definitely a different value to this cohort. So some energies, they will have budget, right? While others may not. And trust me, I have seen both succeeding. ERGs that don't have full funding, often they get creative, they leverage other resources like leadership access, networking, or company facilities. Whether you're budget rich or resourceful, ERGs can thrive with the right level of support and ingenuity. So I need to highlight something. ERGs aren't just support groups. They are powerful change agents. They can influence key organizational policies such as flexible working arrangements, parental leave, and tailored onboarding experiences for new employees, especially those with disabilities. For example, ERGs often advocate for accessible software and accommodation solutions for example, for visually impaired employees or low hearing impairment like I am, they really speak on behalf of their communities and they address their challenges on the spot. I have witnessed and I have experienced this even myself. I had an ethnicity ERG approach me years ago with a request to create a prayer room for a recently joined employee in a location where their religion is not widely practiced. So another memory in really great case involved a transition employee who found support within our LGBTQ plus ERG. She was uncertain about how to inform her manager. And as her voice remained male post-transition, just imagine how traumatic that could be. So this Pride ERG stepped up and revamped our entire LGBTQ plus transitioning toolkit, helping both employees and managers navigate the process with sensitivity and clarity. ERGs also play a crucial role in recruitment and retention strategies, making the organization more appealing to diverse talent. A great example of this is having ERG chairs participate in diverse interview panels where they share our company's story and values directly with the potential candidates. Isn't it fantastic, right? On the spot. And these efforts, they help shape a more inclusive and forward-thinking company culture. Additionally, through mentorship, volunteering opportunities, and professional development, ERGs foster personal growth while contributing to organizational goals. By measuring and communicating their impact, ERGs ensure they stay aligned with the business objectives and continue driving meaningful change. The key to success is consistency, repeating your message and reinforcing your impact across all levels of the organization. D&I, as its core, is change management. And this is what I like to say. And the secret to achieving results is repeat, repeat, repeat. Now, moving to and allow me to share some best practices for leadership and governance. Once an ERG is established, The challenge is sustaining momentum. Proper onboarding is essential to ensure the committee, the board, right, understands that an ERG isn't just a social club, it's a strategic driver for inclusion. Clear roles and responsibilities should be assigned, and members must have access to the necessary resources. So regular engagement through events and programming is key to maintaining interest, while tracking metrics like retention, satisfaction, number of memberships, and participation demonstrates the ERG's impact. Collaborating with HR, business functions, and DNI teams ensures in alignment with our goals and making the ERG integral company culture and strategy. Clear roles are critical for efficient ERG leadership. Defined guidelines and policies prevent misdirection and unnecessary action. A solid framework keeps the ERG focused on its mission and aligned with the purpose, such as do's and don'ts, how to form new ERG, and the steps necessary to launch a cohort, and definitions actually on who is the chair and what they're doing and their roles. What does mean ERG themselves, right? Explaining what is membership and so on. It could include the budget guidelines as well and how company money should be spent. This is key. Very important guideline prior this go in an expected direction. Merchandise or dinner events, alcohol could be quite high expenses that shouldn't be taken advantage. And promoting diversity within ERG leadership ensures all voices are represented and fosters a more inclusive environment. Diverse leadership empowers the ERG and reflects on the organization's broader D&I goals. Effective decision making and conflict resolution processes are essential for smooth ERG operations. They ensure transparency and inclusivity while preventing issues from escalating and keeping the ERGs aligned with the objectives. Overcoming challenges and ensuring longevity. So low participation or burnout can threaten an ERG success. To prevent the burnout, it is important to establish a leadership pipeline and provide resources and support for the members to delegate responsibilities and maintain work-life balance. Calibrate. Sometimes if someone cannot show up, please delegate to someone else on the board or find someone to support them, or even yourself if you're the one driving this program. Listening to their members through post surveys and what they would like to be engaged in the ERG agenda, usually it helps as well. Some communities like women are, they're the biggest in every organization, but others are small in general. So do not expect the entire company to show up on your event. Do not be disappointed, but just keep pushing the needle, right? To keep leadership support, consistently communicate the ERG's value to business outcomes. Ask them to be their advocates and promote their calendar of events. Ask them to show up. It is so much important when the senior leadership shows up and support and talk about the important topics depending on the community, right? And maximizing the impact of the ERGs. For ERG to make a real impact, they must have clear goals aligned with the company's broader objectives, as I said earlier. And this ensures each ERG contributes meaningfully to the organization's mission. Tracking progress and measuring impact through participation, engagement, and satisfaction metrics. It helps keep ERGs on course and showcases their value to the leadership, and not only to the customer, to the community, to the employees themselves, right? Regularly communicating success to stakeholders secures ongoing support and demonstrates how ERGs are, how impactful they are. So ERGs, they play a crucial role in talent development by providing leadership skills training, again, mentorship opportunities, helping employees to grow professionally. This sense of belonging improves retention through dedicated listening sessions. When employees feel valued and supported, they are more likely to stay long term. I can promise you that. ERGs, they create an inclusive environment where diversity is celebrated, driving engagement and innovation. Success stories from the tech industry. I won't mention all of them. We know Google, we know Cisco's, we know Intel, and their focus is really into different communities and underrepresented groups. But these examples, they highlight how ERGs contribute to both individual growth and company success. And this is the last slide. I would say that each of us has a story that connects us to underrepresented communities. That shared responsibility to foster inclusion is why we are here today. And remember, ERG work isn't just impactful, it's fulfilling. I made a career out of this, right? It's fun. So with that, I would like to thank you everyone for joining me on this journey. I hope it was insightful for you. There's so much I can keep talking, go into many details, but now I'm opening for Q&A, or if you have specific requests, I could review and consult additionally depending on the case, right? So thank you, Intellias, also for having me. It's been really an honor. I'm here to hear your questions, or even follow up with me on LinkedIn. Find my contact on the screen. If anything else, happy to be here for you. So Ramon, do you mind to take a look if there are any questions for me? Happy to answer right away.
So, Sashka, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really inspiring, and it's really clear that you love what you do and you put your heart into it, which is inspiring and super interesting to hear. And also, you gave us really practical examples in a very structured way. So, thank you so much for showing and sharing these examples. We have two questions for now. So the first one, it's what metrics should we use to measure the effectiveness and impact of ERGs on company culture and diversity goals? And would you like to reply to this one, or can I tell you the second one and then you reply to both of them?
I think I kind of mentioned earlier, they're quite classic usually. One of them is the number of membership. How big is your community? Of course, this is not a race, right? But the more it means that you're driving impactful agenda. You're inviting, of course, not only the underrepresented groups. The other one is, of course, the surveys after each event. Usually, this would provide a bit more insights. Are they driving this? Is this the right agenda, the topic, the objectives that they would like really to continue driving in the future? What else? Just and there usually sometimes there are formulas, but they belong to certain consulting companies, so you're eligible to use them only if you sponsor this consulting, right? So there are many options. I would say the number of the events during the fiscal year is another opportunity to see that, okay, you're enjoying what you're doing, but you're also impacting the business agenda, because you always can break this through the business lens, right? As I like to say, it is not a tea party. ERGs, they have a meaningful agenda, especially if you manage to connect the dots with the strategy and with the ERG mission and vision. So these are the main ones, right? I definitely could provide a bit more, but these are on the top of my head right now. I hope I have answered the question.
I believe you did, yes. And we have another one that is actually a topic that can be very dear to many women in this community. What strategies can ERGs use to help women successfully re-enter the workforce after taking a career break? So for someone that is transitioning
Yeah,
career, that had a
yeah,
child, that had
yeah,
some situation that made her have a break, how can
yeah.
these groups
Um,
help this person?
yeah, I have a very clear example actually that happened years ago, by the way. Now they're even sponsored by the company, like an entire benefit part of everyone's right package. But initially here in Bulgaria, my ex team now, ex ERG team, we activated a program that it was helping women, parents, I would say, that they're returning from a long-term parental leave, or even those that they had been out of work for due to sickness leave or anything else, right? And sabbatical. There was an entire collaboration between HR and finance and this ERG and the people management to provide a package that helps first to go on parental leave, right? What is the necessary documentation? What are where we can find the templates? What are the guidelines and the steps you need to take to, to exit temporarily? And then there was an entire kind of program how to really quick crash course to kind of re-onboard you with what are the final trends and the products and the services, the current overview of the company, how it really you can go, what are the necessary skills and the trainings you need to go through, just to make sure that you catch up quickly with the entire workforce. We know that, as this is my ex-manager used to say, the moment you enter, in a parental leave, usually women become less appealing to the employer in general, right? So it is very much, it is a key moment where the ERGs, they help them to catch up on these actions that would help them to move fast and be really up to date with the remaining workforce. So yeah, they could be wonderful specific programs that you can drive and be owned by the ERGs. Although it's a voluntary work, right? You can influence entirely the experience for any employee. Any other
It
questions?
seems
Thank you. That was a
very,
great question.
yeah, it seems very interesting, and this part of re-onboarding the person, it really has a deep meaning for many of these situations. So we have no more questions for now. I think your presentation was very clear. So let's continue interacting, because we'll have the chat for comments and feedback and so on. So I would like to thank you very much for your presentation and for being here with us and taking the time to share your insights. And right
Appreciate.
now, I would like, thank you. And I would like to remind people about the She's Tech Hub. So please stay connected, put your feedback, put your comments. This is much more than an event. This is a community. So stay in touch, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the next session. Thank you very much for staying with us. Hello, and welcome back to our session. Now we are going to have this in a different format. We're going to have a fireside chat about learning, mentoring, and professional development for women in tech. I will be the moderator, and I will have with me Victoria Tsitsak and also Marta Prishniuk. Hello.
Hi, Joanna. Hi,
Hi.
Victoria. Hi, everyone.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
all.
Thank you. Fine. How about you?
I'm fine too. I think we are having exciting conversations so far. So
Oh, yeah.
let's let's have our own this time in a different format, like in a fireside chat. So just to present you very, very quickly so people can have a context, and then let's move forward to the questions and interactions and the conversation. So Victoria works as a senior director in Intellias, and she has more than 20 years of experience as a business leader and C-suite advisor and in many companies. And she's specialized in business strategies, building and scaling technology businesses, and leading complex transformational programs. Marta is the CODO of Cube Studio and alumni of, I mispronounced, right?
Uko Business School. Everything okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry for that. So,
No
and
worries,
she, yeah, and she will share her expertise about implemented values based on human-centered approach, and also value-based KPIs in business, which is deeply interesting for all of us, I believe. So, starting with you, Victoria, what were some key moments during your experience, your wide experiences, or challenges you had in your career? And how did they shape your leadership style and the kind of leader you are today?
Joanna, thank you for that question. So, hi all. It's a great pleasure to take part in SheStech conference. And basically, it's second year in a row when we are delivering that, leading that, and sharing with communities and hearing the communities. And your first question is really bold. And to answer it shortly, that's different type of experiences of consulting, Big Four consultancy. I worked in PwC for more than 10 years, and IT services business, also in different roles and in different companies that are big size, small size, and developing companies. So this experience, blended one, brought me to the leadership path. Basically, I started from an auditor, so the person who audit the financial statements, but not just financials. However, looking in deep dive of IT systems, ERPs, CRMs, different ERP systems. So I managed to connect controls from the business sides and IT controls from the IT sides, and then moved to consulting for governance, compliance, risks, building PMO for clients. You said I have worked for many companies, not for many companies as an employer, but for many clients where PwC provides services and Intellias provides services and other IT services company. And for leadership style, I believe it's experience meeting with different people. CSU, that's one story, what they want to achieve, how they want to present business cases to the founders or to supervisory boards. For founders, that could be different story because founders is interested in hiring basically high performance team and building high performing business. But in all cases, it's all about connecting people, delivering value, thinking what is on the top of the market, and charting discussion and bringing solutions to your customers and clients. That's basically short answer to your world question.
Okay, and that's a great one. Thank you for sharing. I would like to now pass the ball to Marta and ask you about your human-centered approach to leadership. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. Hi, everyone. So I'm Marta, Chief Organizational Development Officer. Regarding my position, I help my company implement strategies to improve organizational effectiveness, culture, and employee engagement. So I've been working in a Cube Studio. We are digital product design and branding agency for 9 years. So I'm glad that I've been invited to take part in the conference. Since Cube Studio current employs 70% of women, interesting fact. And so Cube Studio isn't biased towards women. Thank you, Joanna, for this question. Yes, our approach to creating digital products and organizational development is based on human-centered design. So we put humans with their needs in the center of all process. So in our environment, it's crucial to understand personal needs in order to match with the business needs. For example, If an employee doesn't feel comfortable with a client or a team for certain reasons, we can make a decision to prioritize the employee by switching the project. Since one of our company values is to create, and it's difficult to create in a stressful environment caused by the lack of understanding of the work's values. I would like to emphasize that empathy is the main skill for human-centered approach. So in Cube Studio, we often say wear your clients or colleagues' shoes to our team members, so they learn how to utilize the empathy skill. Regarding leaders, I personally encourage them to enhance their crisis leadership by far, empathy and collaboration skill. Why? Because in our traditional culture, we pay a lot of attention to what leaders do. And especially in tech sphere, where we combine transformation, innovation, creativity, and technology in order to create new experience. So I believe that human with their needs lay in the center of all process. And by far, amidst the stressful environment, is vital to create a safe space for people to be able to voice their opinions, points of view, etc. Additionally, having worked in the area for 9 years, I've noticed that most companies don't take a complex feedback system seriously enough. And I often notice that HR specialists provide feedback to colleagues instead of teaching managers how to provide feedback firsthand, how to develop leadership skills, and how to communicate assertively with their coworkers. So this is also about human-centered approach. So in my company, I built complex feedback system framework in order to express their points of view. At the end of the day, I received feedback from my colleagues that it works. So additionally, I also developed an educational program on leadership skills for colleagues who want to become managers. So to sum it up, human-centered approach consists of many details, and it's like a complex system which is targeted on long-term relationships. And for sure, this approach has certain drawbacks, such as being time-consuming or requiring mindset changes. But the long-term benefits for companies' human-centered approach can help to improve engagement, productivity, and what the business needs at the end. Yes. So overall, personally, I believe that companies must have an ambassador of this approach, and I personally believe that companies. So basically, in Cube Studio, I'm an ambassador since I'm a strong believer in this approach. Joanna?
Yes, that completely replied my question, and I would like to ask you another one about you mentioned empathy and this human approach to the processes. So, do you mentor young women as we saw? What do you advise them when they are starting their careers, when they ask you for some advices? Can you share a story about some mentorship you did?
How I can support, how I can mentor? Yes. Yeah, I could say how can women develop leadership skills? Yes, early in the career. As I already mentioned, there are plenty of free videos and educational programs to teach leadership. Yes, and especially after the beginning of the full-scale war, leadership has gained new context. So we need to use these opportunities and make changes in our environments. And without leadership skills, this become much more harder. So every day I recall the phrase, so you have to be a better version of yourself. To achieve this, you need to constantly learning something new. And it doesn't necessarily have to be within your own field or expertise. So let's say that to develop leadership skills, you can start with finding mentors who can provide guidance and support. This could be a mentor from your organization or from your communities. Then maybe don't be afraid to take initiative. Take additional projects or tasks that don't under your direct responsibility or suggest helping your colleagues. Maybe also join some communities. You also can develop leadership skills through communities like She in Tech or another. Maybe what else? Build a personal network organically, and be sure to set your short-term and long-term goals. That's what I think about how to develop leadership skills.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And actually, I wanted to ask to Victoria, because she has a different background, both in technical and business area. So how these diverse skills helped you in your career, and how can women use their diverse skills to upscale in their careers?
Thank you, Anna. Basically, it's the must to have diverse skills in technology industry. In my opinion, that's technology proficiency, that's all type of soft skills, communication, the negotiation, networking could be separate, could be in the same pillar, and strategic vision and thinking. And why is that important? Because to grow in the career for men and women, you need to tackle more and more complex situations. So it's not that you know one industry, one type of domain technology, and you have a success. No, personally, you as a leader in the team, in the big program, in the business, need to have diversity of all operations. In company, it would be sales, procurement, accounting, all value chain for core cycles and all value chain for corporate function cycles, legal, accounting, corporate governance, internal audit. And if you work in the project environment, which we usually do in services businesses, of any type services businesses, strategic technology, service clients, you need to have this wide umbrella and basically grabbing one by one extra process or extra industry or extra segment. So in my experience, I did a project in PwC for commercials, and these were two types of commercials. From manufacturing, CPG, consumer packaged goods, and in the same time, banks and financial institutions. So 1 month you do review and advise how to build great procurement cycle for manufacturer, and the other months how it works in PwC. You need to deep dive to learn the loan repayment process. It doesn't mean you did it already. Maybe someone from your team did, someone not. But you need to combine business deep dive. So basically being eager to learn and to find answers from books, internet, wherever your colleagues, and being able to add to this business component, technology component. Because if it's services industry, sometimes it's system selection, sometimes it's IT strategy with application selection advice at the broad umbrella, and sometimes it's a software development project. And to achieve that, the lady, it's young lady or it's more mature lady, she needs to take more risks and accept these challenging projects, because only through the challenging projects and this delta in her knowledge, technical and soft, she can evolve, can achieve higher positions. But the core is not the position itself, the value you bring within your team, within your company, and for your clients. If there is no value, any formal promo or whatever, for me, doesn't make sense. Because through value, you work with your counterparts, the internal or external, and you focus on the value for clients. So in my experience, part of the journey for me was in PwC for consultancy, different type projects. And part of the journey, almost more than 7 years in a row now in IT services business. And one of the experience I have, it's building the technology practice literally from scratch, being Salesforce practice. And here you need to apply all your business knowledge, all the technical knowledge. Mine was not Salesforce knowledge, but real technology. What does it mean for business stakeholders, CFO, CDO, CEO, VP, sales and service, how they can utilize technology? And to advise to them, you need to understand their pains, their gains, like a product company example, but in services the same. And when you and the personality are eager, open-minded, and learn technology, business, especially all finance related parts, ROI, cost, expenses, return on investment, and leadership skills, which you evolve step by step through your basically day-to-day experience. Then combining all this together can bring you value as a personality and bring the value for the clients or counterparts or co-workers you are engaged to the project or to the function or whatever. That's basically all. And in the modern world, in recent years, all this needs to be thinking through the big data, through the data-driven decision making, because it's not just professional judgment, because you know it or you've seen it, but it's really data-driven business intelligence approach when you can justify either from financial point of view, P&L, profit and loss statement, or you can justify from some future cash flow inflows, etc., etc. Because I observed many times how many great ideas teams and people have, however, they are not substantiated from investment point of view, and that's badly needed. So in my experience, that's two components I have: accounting, finance, and IT, and I combine them together to deliver value for people with whom I work. That's all basically.
Okay, and that's an interesting response. Actually, my next question can be replied for both of you, so I would like to hear your opinions in both for both of you. That is, what can women in tech do to support each other through mentorship and networking? So how can people support each other using this mentorship and networking? Both of you already mentioned networking, connections, and so on. So I would like to know some practical advices about it, please.
So I can start.
Yes, yes. Go ahead, Victoria. Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Marta. There are different type of networking, and one of them is business networking within the professional association, like American Chamber of Commerce, European Business Association, and other similar subject to the country where you operate as an entrepreneur or as a worker employee of bigger business. And basically, this type of networking very interesting because you can meet with representative of your peers. That's number one. Number two, you can discuss emergent topic subject to your geo, region, or industry, which connects you where you can debate, give you arguments, pros and cons, and where you can find the friends with whom you never meet on your day-to-day work and make a social connections. Not because it's a must, but because it's really interesting and you can explore these relations further if both parties are interested to explore. That's one of the examples of professional networking I like and I heavily support. Marta, passing over to you.
Thank you, but I think that my answer is pretty much simple. I guess how can women in tech support each other through mentorship and networking? I guess through cross-functional collaboration and, of course, communities like this one, for instance. I guess, yeah.
And to explore your answer on communities, I think it's also different type of communities. Could be like some sports for children if it's women with children. It could be a professional community like we have in Intellias, Intelliwomen, where we do different type of projects, and you can join either professional area project or some social environment project. So from a personality perspective, your drive and actionable steps, that's one side you invest. From the community perspective, like company-wide, that's a professional community that company creates. And when you co-create, your unit, company, community, like IT clusters, then there is a synergy. Because only in synergy, like when 1 + 1 is much more than 2, new ideas, bright ideas, support, coaching arise. I'm not saying here about professional coaching. I'm saying here about more natural people collaboration and communication in our communities.
And you mentioned sport, and actually for Marta, I had a question prepared about it, and that just light up in my mind. So, Marta, you
Yeah.
like to participate in sports like Ironman and so on. So, how does these experiences connect with you as a leader and as a professional?
Oh, it was fantastic journey. So, by the way, Ironman consists of 1 and 9 kilometers of swimming, 19 kilometers of cycling, and 21 kilometers of running, and all in one go. So I didn't have an athletic background, but I set a goal to myself, and 6 months I prepared for this challenge. During this 6 months, I learned a lot about myself. First of all, I overcame my fears, and I got to know myself better. How do those experiences, Joanna, connect with leadership? Preparing to Ironman, it's all about discipline. So you're waking up at every day at 6 p.m., doing 2-3 training sessions a day, while combining it all with work. And it takes a lot of humility when something doesn't go as planned. And also the ability to take responsibility, knowing that your journey and results depend on you. What also interesting is that I noticed that many men would say that's too little time, or you don't need this Ironman challenge, or even Ironman is so easy. But it's important not to listen to those voices, and instead surround yourself with like-minded people who can support you in tough situations. So Ironman taught me that everything is in your hands, including your growth and personal development plan. You just need to find the right people with expertises in the areas that will help you to improve your skills. And Ironman motto is that everything is possible. And I would say, I would add that if it's your dream, then everything truly is in your hands. So how do those experiences connect with leadership and personal development? So if you have gone through such a challenge, you already have the experience that will help you to overcome work-related challenges and grow professionally and personally as well. And at the end, I feel more comfortable when I interact with the founders. So I'm not encouraging anyone to do Ironman, but I suggest trying a challenge, something that will definitely be interesting and insightful. At the end, it will allow you to gain new experience and feel a sense of this accomplishment. So, wow, I did it. So basically, how it was for me.
Yeah, you did it with
Great
discipline and
story.
also some consistency. So I would like to ask the both of you as women in tech and leaders, what kind of habits and routines do you have, or do you advise people to have in order to fulfill your goals and evolve? Who wants to be first?
It's difficult. Maybe I think for me, it's regular sport activities, some therapy, and what else? Give me this one of power and strength to keep moving forward. I don't know the best recipe, but it works for me.
Do you
Thank you,
still work
Marta.
at? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just asking a small question. Do you still wake up at 6 a.m. and continue the
No. Right
trainings,
now,
or
no.
it was the
I have.
challenge? Okay, now you changed. Okay,
Yes.
Victoria, please.
Yes, it was a great 6 a.m. That's a challenge, especially if late working hours, if cross geo, like European, North America connection or clients or with teams. Impressive, yeah. So for me, it's connection with nature. I like to have walks in mountains, seaside. Definitely in reality, there are no each day you can do it because load is load. But if to cover pragmatic side of the equation, I always try to split day-to-day operational, tactical, and strategic topics like for the buckets. So 70% is business as usual, 20 that's investing in new ideas, approaches, projects, whatever, subject to the business context, which have innovation element, and high chance of being successful. And 10% it's more high risk ideas, projects, whatever, networking even, which is long-term strategic visioning that could bring new ideas for myself, for my unit or business, or by side the business. For example, I did investment in such one idea once. I launched masters in digital transformation when I was full-time employee at my prior company, and that was a journey. I invested basically my weekends, part of the holidays, crafting the program, connecting the lectures together, because for masters you need 10 plus courses, specific academic credit. But when it's a passion and you do it this 10 percentages, in many cases that's overtimes, frankly speaking, because your core job, that's a core job and focus. But these overtimes are something you look in the future. You do non-standard things which evolve you, which develop you, and people who are with you also. So you grow as a community, smaller or bigger. That's basically a recipe, 70, 20, 10, if I may say so.
Okay, you gave us our success formula, and I would like to ask again the both of you, how do you stay up to date with the industry changes with this fast-paced environment of tech companies, and what resources do you recommend for women in tech who want to keep learning and keep up to date?
I can start, Marta. You would like to?
Yes. No, go ahead, Victoria, I think.
So, despite we are talking about tech, for me is more business type of reading, listening, and engaging. Why? Because I value practical use cases, and technology is just an instrument to implement them to life. It could be new imagined like AI, ML tools. It could be some SaaS, etc., big data. And as I'm in the majority of my working hours and professional development on the business side of the equation, I go through the trends, through the macro reviews, through the understanding of the trends in the specific domain I'm working. I analyze what competitors do. Literally, I read quarterly earning calls of the listed companies, because in their quarterly earning calls, they show quite progress, dynamics, what they do. So when you know the best practices, you can leverage the best practices and deep dive to your own business where you work or which you have founded. And for sure, Gartner type of things through the reports, growth rates, etc., etc. That's how it works for me. For in terms of technology, tools, and instruments, for me, the best way is to collaborate, chat, have a coffee with teams who are on the projects, who are doing hands-on project implementation of specific thing, item, technology, whatever, because they do it day by day, like through their scrum, sprints, whatever, and they know better. So myself, despite I changed the industry from big consultancy to IT services, I intentionally took one of the projects where I acted as a business analyst. I'm not business analyst through career progression, but I took 6 months project where I acted as business analyst and worked very closely day by day, since the morning till evening, crafting the solution, developing the solution, testing it with clients. And this hands-on experience basically helped me to understand that it's a must. If you would like to lead something, you need to make this by hands. And I believe, Marta, you had great example how you implemented the evaluation tool from HR point of view, that basically when you ideated, crafted and help to implement, then you can think boldly. That's basically all from me. Business best practices, competition, Gartner type of things, and talks, small talks, and professional talks with your peers at work.
Okay.
100% agree with Victoria, because I think that the main things, it's like continuous learning, yes, because right now, especially in a sphere, any technology help us to learn new, to be in the top. So basically, in my daily basis, I read Forbes. I have subscription to Harvard Business Reviews. For sure, I dive deep into business context. And I also, as I mentioned before, I am like communities. So I'm such as, for instance, Good Business School. It also helped me to know this kind of technology, to be to be in that sphere, in tech sphere, and in my sphere especially. And I like, we also in HR community, we have People First Club, where we can change our experience, where we can discuss our problems that we faced with on daily basis. So basically, I guess maybe communities, as Victoria mentioned, also dive deep into business context, and have some subscription, and it's a part of the continuous learning, yes. And by far, I guess, also when you learn something new from your colleagues, it also help to move forward.
Yes.
Yep. You mentioned HBR, Harvard Business Review, and during my recent business trip, I got paper-based like journal. Usually, if it's online, but paper-based, it's something when you have no connection.
Me too.
And airplane, you can read it, you can mark it through the pencil or marker, and that's maybe it's could be perceived as old-fashioned experience, but I like such type of experience, and especially when it's a longer trip. You can literally read almost entire journal, not maybe all pages, but many of them, and you like full of the ideas based on the journal, which is just one paper journal. But while for me it's online, when it's more like scrolling cross windows, switching, that's a different experience. But paper based, that's something.
Me too.
I would say the same. It's always priceless for us to write some things and so on, and to read it later.
So especially in tech sphere, because especially in tech sphere, because every day we interact with our laptop. So basically, it's like a new experience.
Yeah, a more authentic one, I would say.
Old new experience, a new old experience.
Yeah. I would like also to ask you before we go to the questions, because we have some questions in the chat for you. I would like to ask you about mentorship experiences. So during your careers, someone supported, helped, mentored you in order to the next challenge, or to level up your skills and competencies. Can you both of you give me an example of a story like that, please?
About mentorship, yes. About mentorship,
yes.
how we
about mentorship. You in the role of a mentee.
I'm in a role of mentee. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let me
It can be
think.
no informal. For example, sometimes we have mentors in our life and people that sometimes some way inspired us and helped us move forward without being formal mentors or without even acknowledging this kind of relationship. So someone who inspired you and supported you during your career.
Someone who inspired me, maybe. I don't have a mentor right now, but I like a community, as I mentioned before, where I can find a mentor who will give me an advice or who will support me in some area. For example, if I don't know about leadership, for instance, I can find mentor where I can learn something new from him or her. Yes, and it's also helped me to dive deep and to know something new. And I guess it's the main things that you must find mentor in skills what you want to enhance, yes, and what you want, I guess. So for me, this model is work.
Got
Okay,
it.
in a different model. Victoria, what about you?
My experience is different. In usual cases, it was my linear manager with whom we had the challenges. We faced complex client tasks, problems, with whom we co-create and ideate. I do understand it's not a usual perception of the classical mentorship or coaching, but it's more than when you have this mentor through your day-to-day work. Great example is David White as my mentor. Dave was my linear manager in a prior company. He was vice president of platforms. I was director of Salesforce as one of the platforms. And we faced quite a challenge because it was a company that for many years, 20 plus years in a row, was specializing in custom software development. While as a normal organic evolution, the bigger you want to be, you need to implement platforms. Like typical, it's not software development, software engineering, but a platform integration type of business. And that's different type of business with a different business model of your sales channels, partnership input, how you build the teams. It's not about the big teams for hundreds of people. It's team of rock stars for 10, 5, even less than the people, when you need to think how recurring revenue you will have from that platform implementation. And myself and Dave, we had the challenge like to advocate this business inside of the company, because literally it was cannibalization of custom software development business, which was done by our colleagues. But we together, we find a joint way how to pursue our colleagues. It's not cannibalization. We can have synergies. And it's work for external market. So basically we had two markets: internal, to sell us to many delivery units and to sales units, and external and partnership side of the equation, because for Microsoft, Salesforce, other similar types of system, you need to have a close connection with partnerships with me, which means you have much more high load and completely different business model where you operate as a core business. And through the collaboration, I believe that only one example. All of my examples were like that. And basically, you collaborate on real life problems. It's not just the synthetic problems which you discuss separate from your business community and environment. It's basically something you faced each day, since morning to the evening, and you jointly solve them. And why this is mentorship? Because the person with whom you work, who's your linear manager, he or she usually have much more experience than you have. Like you have 5 years of experience, he or she have 15 or 12 or 20. And basically you learn from him or her as a from mentor. That's my experience, and it always worked. And my recommendation for if you are listening us and you are thinking, should I find some external mentor or should I find internal? Think how to build such relationship with your direct manager. That would be my recommendation in my experience.
Okay, to search for a mentor in the line manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not easy, but you can work on
Yes,
that.
it's not easy. Yes.
Maybe there's a conflict,
Yes.
Marta, from some classical best practices, but that's my
No,
experience.
no. It's really nice that you have a mentor, yes, who will support you, who will guide you. But if no, from my experience, I didn't have mentor, so yeah.
But it's not that mentor give you answers. That you that bring
For
the
sure,
ideas.
for sure.
Managers. It's not like
Yeah.
retaining your hand and going through the challenges. Not at all. But it
You
is partly,
absorbing the
but
experience.
yeah. You should think by yourself how to behave and what to do in these real life challenges.
So moving to the questions, actually we have one about mentorship. So I will pose it now. So in your opinion, how can what advice would you give to women who want to become mentors themselves in the tech industry? So this is for people, women who want to be a mentor for someone. What advice would you do, both of you?
In my
What
opinion,
advice?
yeah, please, Marta, please.
Maybe I usually don't give direct advice, but instead use tool like SWOT analysis or value proposition exercise, where the women dive deeper into understanding what they want at this stage of their lives. Maybe also, what else? Maybe also share your own experience, yes, your own case studies to show, I don't know, how you manage or something didn't manage to implement changes or something. No, it's also a great way by sharing experience, I guess.
I think that depends from the type of mentorship, but Marta provided great example of sharing your own experience. So it's not direct mentorship, it's sharing your experience.
Yep.
So the mentee can see, okay, that's possible, or that's not possible. But that experience of Marta, Victoria, Joanna, or someone else. For me, to answer your question, not your question, Joanna, but the question from the audience, I think the person should understand what is the drive, why he or she wants to become a mentor, to share something, to explore his or her soft skills, because experience is such broad that the person feels he or she would like to share it with the community, with the specific individuals, and understanding this drive will lead you to the answer for yourself. And when you have this answer for yourself, why, you will be sharing this value with the mentees. Because that's also a question that could be applied to why someone would like to become lecturer, teacher, some quite a role that require servant leadership. That's not strong leadership that no business pragmatical side of the equation. When you need work hard, negotiate hard, sometimes push hard to achieve revenue targets. That's more closer to the education, to the NGO type of the sphere. When you give money and you receive something not measured in dollar or in hryvnia or in pound equivalent. So give an answer for yourself, and then everything will be good in the puzzles to build the house, the vision for you from these puzzles.
Yeah. So first step, it's understand your own drive. It makes Perfect sense. I have two more questions, but I'm conscious of time, so let's see if we can have time to respond to them or not. What types of networking events or conferences should I prioritize for professional development and mentorship opportunities in tech? So any specific event, any conference you would recommend for people who want to develop professionally and find some opportunities in mentorship as mentee? It's
My answer would be like seek a project rather than a conference. Sorry for that. But if you select some conference, think carefully why you would like to attend it. Once I attended AWS reInvent in Berlin. Yes, that's quite a heavy event. But there you can see some visionary leadership and some trend that AWS will be exploring. Because I was interested in that particular market in DACH, in specific synergies between SaaS solutions, which I was developing, and AWS, Google. So I had a goal, and that's the reason why I attended the conference. Basically, it was two reasons. Geo, which was my target geo for the next months, and synergies I was seeking for the clear services. But for you, it should be your own answer. Sorry for that. That would be answer for me.
Okay.
I agree with Victoria because maybe first of all you should understand what you want. I don't know what is your target main goal, yes, and what you want from this conference, and then compile a list of the conference and think about what you would like to attend and what you would like to learn. Yes, it's crucial to, or you just have a main goal to widen your network, for instance, in some sphere, yes?
Yep.
And it could be the different goals.
Yeah, and be very targeted because even for this AWS conference, which is huge, long, enormously, I had specific goal about specific business development topic, and we spent 2 or 3 hours with representatives of our DACH office to find the responsible person at Amazon side, and to have a 15-minute talk. Because it was quite a complex technology question. And even AWS representatives were thinking to whom to route, me, myself, who were guests, and partnership manager from Berlin and Munich. And that was my goal, because there are many sessions. And if you have a goal, it's much more easier for you. That's a professional example, but for mentorship, it's the same story, in my opinion.
Yes.
And
if you don't
question.
know, attend different events and you find this recipe. Just observe, think, and you will find. Just try different type of events, paid, not paid, in your region, in your city, wherever, and then you find the answer. That's a longer way, but possible.
The great example, it could be IT Arena, because it's the biggest conference, for instance, in Ukraine. So basically, it's in tech conference where you can just try to have this mentorship or something like that.
Yep.
And keep updated on technologies.
Yep.
Okay. Last question. In your opinion, how can companies offer flexible learning opportunities that accommodate different schedules and learning styles for women in tech? So how can companies offer flexible learning opportunities that accommodate different schedules and learning styles for women in tech?
Logical answer should be something like menu style, when you have full-time courses, online courses, the distant one, group learning, but that's not easy to implement. The company where I worked, the learning development specialist or unit, it could be different site. They managed to connect all these dots. Like this is from the business school, this is from the web platform for you to learn for several hours. But it's definitely under you to raise a hand and ask for support. For example, once I asked the specifically designed leadership program for my deputies, and learning specialist, she helped me to craft it. But I was like the one who ordered it, and we crafted it together. It took us an effort, but we crafted it subject to the point and to this audience of 10 people who has specific pains to resolve. So like this.
I also agree. Maybe in order to learn something new, you should be more proactive, and it's your own choice. And you should think from to whom you concern this your professional some growth. Yes, and for sure you. In my company, we were implemented learning program based on project. For instance, we can a monthly digest where we share something from our projects, some pros and cons, our story, yes, and also we have knowledge base where our colleagues could find useful resources in order to gain new experience or learn something new. So yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for sharing your valuable perspective on this topic. This is something that is very close to the heart of people, this part of the mentorship, the continuous learning, these connections and interactions with people. That's why we have this community. So thank you so much for such an engaging and insightful conversation we had. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Marta. It was a great pleasure.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Joanna.
having
Thank
us.
you,
And
Victoria.
your audience, always like believe in yourself. And yes, sometimes you need to fight and compete, but do it friendly and with your knowledge and experience. What I can say.
Yeah. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much. Hello again and welcome back. Thank you for attending this session. And before introducing our next speaker, I would like to take a moment to thank to our wonderful media partners. I would name some of them: Marie Claire Business, STEM is Fem, Vonatech Community, Just Join IT, Girls in Tech, Women in Tech Ukraine, 1991 Accelerator, Joberty, Emerge, FemCoders, Factoria F5, and Frontend Queens. We really appreciate your support making this event happening and this sharing of ideas, perspectives, and good practices. It's very important for the women community in technology to have these kind of events and to have the possibility to thrive in this community. So we are grateful. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Petra Pisak. She is the marketing manager at Elixir Digital. She's a marketing expert with a deep passion for human psychology. Over the past year, she had successfully led the marketing department for the current company, Elixir Digital, navigating the company to two rebrandings along the way. She's a full stack marketeer. And what truly sets her apart is her unique ability to understand the human minds and translate those insights into results-driven strategies. Petra is also a dedicated advocate for women in the workplace, and our mission is to create these inclusive and empowering environments where everybody can thrive. She's very focused on building employer branding strategies that reflect the company culture and people. Today, she will be presenting a very interesting topic that is entitled What Women in Tech Want from Work. So she will explore what are the needs and the wants of women in tech from the work market. So I would like to welcome welcome you to the stage, Petra. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for a nice introduction.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for being able to share some of your insights and expertise in this area. So The stage is yours, please.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, I'm Petra, and today I will be talking about the topic What Women in Tech Want from Work. This title was inspired by a film of Mel Gibson. Probably some of you watched it. So, What Women Want. And I made it more relevant for this conference. So, I'm asking what women in tech want from work. So in today's presentation, we will be talking about team diversity and how to attract and retain female colleagues. But first of all, why am I here and why am I talking about this? So I'm Petra Hanza-Pisak. I work as a marketing manager at Elixir Digital. So I am leading the marketing department for more than 6 years now. We are a cutting edge tech company, and we have went through 2 big rebrandings. So one of our main goals as a marketing department is employer branding, because you will see from the future slides why. But in my free time as a person, I like to take long walks in nature. I like to be creative, so I like painting, especially with a colorful palette. And I enjoy a lot traveling, meeting new people, new cultures, getting to know new perspectives, because as in the introduction, I am really interested in human psychology and love marketing because of it. So let's start with some numbers. So this graph is it shows opening positions versus filled jobs for IT professionals, and it goes from August 2023 until August 2024, so we can see it is pretty recent and relevant. The blue line are the open positions and the red line are the filled positions. So this graph actually shows us that there is a great gap, and that IT companies are searching for more IT professionals than there are on the job market. I know that in media, in news, you can read about layoffs in the IT industry. You can read about how AI will replace developers. But to be honest, I like not to just listen at their stories, but to watch the numbers. And the numbers, I come to a conclusion that still there are a greater demand than there are people on the job market regarding the IT industry. And what does this mean regarding women? So less than 35% of the IT industry are women globally. In numbers, that means that in Europe, we have 1.7 million women working in tech positions. That makes around 19% of the whole ICT labor force. In the US, it comes to 3.7 million, and it makes around 23% of the whole ICT labor force. As we can see, US is a little bit better, but we can all agree that these numbers are small still. So what does this mean on a daily basis for us women working in IT? So the ratio of women versus men is 1 woman on every 3 men. And for technical roles, it can go up to 1 woman on every 4 men. So research shows that women are outnumbered by men in business meetings by at least 2 on 1 woman. And recently, I was a part of an event of one technical university where we had a meeting, and to be honest, I was the only woman in a room with 50 men. So I totally agree with these statistics and think that this number can sometimes be even greater. Okay, so now we saw that the demand for IT professionals is greater than there are people on the job market. But what do you think about team diversity? So now I have a question for all of you. Do you think team diversity is important? You can comment in the chat. I will just wait a few moments. To be honest, I cannot see your answers because I am in the presenter screen. But I suppose, since all of you are here, that you agree that team diversity is important. And here I would like to highlight why and what it can bring to companies. So first of all, it can increase creativity and innovation. When you have a homogeneous group that thinks alike, acts alike, they can come to similar solutions. But what if you have a person, a challenger that has new perspectives and ask questions that didn't even come to their minds? So then you can have more creative solutions and bigger innovations. So that is the one of the benefits. The second one, when people feel safe at their workplace, they feel that they can say what they think and and that they are heard. It increases their engagement and their retention. So they are more loyal to the company because they feel valued and cherished. Consequently, it improves also your company culture. So when people feel safe, they can collaborate better, the teamwork is better, and everybody is more satisfied in these kind of workplaces. Also, your customers, your clients can feel the team spirit. So your culture, how do your employees collaborate? What kind of solutions do they bring up? Are they involved in the solutions that the customers need? So if the customer sees that your employees are involved, it can bring you bigger profits, of course. And also all of this brings to a more positive brand reputation. As we saw in recent years, brand reputation is becoming really important, and it brings you some benefits that nothing else can. So it functions as a magnet for people, for employees and for customers. They want to work with you because you have a good brand reputation and they want to take part of it. So now you can see that team diversity really is important. And on the second slide, we will see how to attract diverse team to our company. And of course, the answer is through employer branding. So employer branding has become a really hot topic in the last 5 years. And a lot of IT companies have it as one of the goals of the marketing or the HR department, but they have it as a goal. So recruitment has become marketing. And why is it so? As we saw, the demand for IT professionals is really great. And actually 60% of job applicants consider a company's reputation before even applying. So as you can see, to attract top talent, you need to expose yourself as a company, to show your mission, your vision, values. What kind of projects do you have? Who is on your team? What are they doing? What are they saying? So through it, you can attract top talent. And also quality candidates. So if these candidates resonate with the things you are saying, so they are a good cultural fit, you have more quality candidates, and then the recruitment costs are reduced and the hiring process is much more faster. So it can go up to 50%, and that is a lot, because if you already have people that want to work for you, are interested in your projects, know what your culture is about, then the half of the process is already done. So, okay, this was about hiring new people, but also it impacts your current employees. So a brand that has a good reputation, employees are proud. They are proud to be a part of it. They want to talk about it, and also they are more engaged in the company's business. Their retention rate is much bigger. So here I found a research that shows that turnover rates are up to 31% lower with companies that have a good reputation. So all of this is really important for companies, how for attracting new people, but also for retaining current employees. Okay, so now when we know how employer branding is important, I would like to be more focused on the women on the market and how to attract them. So, what do women want from work? The title of this presentation. But first of all, I would like to mention that all of the individuals are seeking to feel valued, supported, and empowered in their careers. So this is non-negotiable, and it is not applicable only to women, but to all individuals. And it is a base from which you can then build the benefits that you offer. So some of the things that women showed through research that they cherish from an employer, first of all, flexible working hours, remote work. So women, especially who have families, have children, they want to have their life and they want to accommodate their day to work but also to life, so that they can have balance, work-life balance. Also, they would like equal pays to their colleagues, visible role models in leadership that they can watch and that they can be represented with. Also, parental leave. So women don't want to be afraid to tell their employer that they are pregnant. So they would like an employer who supports them not only in their work challenges, but also in their life decisions. So they really cherish an employer who is there in all of their lives. Also, they would like to see more growth opportunities. So the same growth opportunities for all colleagues. So this is just from the research what has found globally what women prefer with an employer. And now I will show you some of the things that we are doing in Elixir Digital as our examples. So first of all, I showed here the numbers of our company. So we have 30% of women and 30% of women in leadership. So we are represented equally in leadership. I think that these numbers are really good for the IT industry, and therefore think that our examples are good for also other companies to see how we succeed in doing it. So according to our survey, each year we have a satisfaction survey that all our employees take, but also we have one-on-ones with our employees, and we summarize it every year and find out some of the things which we can improve, which are good. And here is just a highlight what our women told in all of these about what they like in our company. So as the research already showed on the global level, they like flexible working hours, remote work. So as I told, they like the work-life balance, and really want to have time for them, so want to have time for their hobbies, for their family, friends, and definitely they cherish it a lot. Then we have standardized career paths. What does this mean? It means that we have an intranet where each of our employees can come and see what they need to do to become of greater seniority. For instance, if you are a junior, what you have to do to become a senior. So what are the requirements? And every employee knows what at what stage they are and can apply, grow personally, professionally, and apply for a greater seniority. The same goes for promotions. So actually, nothing is subjective, but everything is objective. Each employee knows what they need to do to grow in their career and in the career ladder. Also, regarding the compensations, they are defined according to each employee's seniority and performance. So each of the employees know if they would like to have a bigger compensation, what they need to do to get a higher seniority. So everything is standardized, and as I mentioned, but I cannot mention it enough, everything is objective. There is no space for subjective things. And that is where our employees feel equal and that they have their own careers in their hands. Also, last but not least, the parental leave policy. So we support all our parents. Whenever a child is born or adopted, they get a baby bonus. And also for our women that go on maternity leave. So there is a process how to make it smoothly, also for the mother, but also for the company. Also, when the mother comes back after the duration of the maternity leave, it is different for everyone, but it is most of the time a longer period of time. And then we have an onboarding process where we bring these mothers on a smooth way back to work. It is similar, like new hires have their onboarding process, but more related to mothers since they were a part of the company, just to get them back on track without any stress. Okay. And for the end, I have some tips on how to attract more women to your companies. So first of all, highlight accomplishments of women in your company. If you are a small company, middle, big, I mean, it is always good to highlight women, if it is through your website, through your social media posts, through PRs, or maybe a video. So highlight the women that you have and what they accomplished. Second, if you want to really work on the diversity, probably you have values and policies that already go hand in hand with all of this. So why not point it out? As I mentioned, on your website, point out your values, point out your policies. On your social media, maybe quotes from your employees, how they cherish it. So definitely expose it publicly. Then we have a standardized career paths and promotion process. So as I already told, everybody knows the steps they need to do to get promoted, to be of a bigger seniority, and that they have their own careers in their hands, and they are all equal. Also, create a referral program, so we know that similar people hang out with similar. So if you have women in your company, they probably know other IT professionals that are female. So why not motivate them to to refer them so that you can develop and that you can bring more female colleagues to company. Then employee advocates. What do I mean under this one? We all know that a satisfied employee can advocate about your company on social media. They can share a post of your open position. They can share a post about what it is, what they are, how their day at work looks like, or a picture with their teammates or something like that. So it is always good to have people that are satisfied in your company and that can advocate for you, if it is on social media, if it is on events, or even if it is communicating on a daily basis with other people. So word of mouth is something that is really, really good in marketing. Also, know your data and track your progress. So this is a really important one because you have to track your data. For example, if you want to have more women applying to your open positions, why not track how many women are applying right now, how many women come to the interview stage, and how many women are employed at the end? And not just that, but what is the retention rate of women in your company? So definitely know your data, track them, and when you see that something is not functioning, why not change it? Change the approach, change the initiative, and come to the numbers that are satisfying for your company. The next one is pretty simple, and I think that everybody can implement it. So celebrate International Women's Day and similar events. It can be something really simple, like a piece of cake, but also it can go to some complex ideas. Just to give you an idea, this year we had panel discussion in our company regarding the International Women's Day. We had a gathering at where all of our women could be on site or online, and they could ask questions. We had panel participants. Some of them were our female leaders. Some of them did a career switch. Some of them came back from the maternity leave, and they shared their experiences. What kind of challenges did they go through their career journey? How did they pass them? So these kind of events can really be motivating and inspiring women for their growth, and it is really something great for a company to do. And also, last but not least, so listen to your team. Listen to them about what they have to say. What is good at your workplace? What is bad? How can we improve? So do they have some suggestions? I am sure that they will most certainly have suggestions for you what to implement. And also, don't just listen to them, but act on the suggestions that they gave you, because then they will feel proud because they were a part of this change. But also they are your employees. They know what they want to see, and if you see that a lot of them are talking the same things, why not implement them? I mean, you will become a better workplace, and also you can attract then other people similar to them that will want to come and work for you. So that is my last point. So listen and act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra, for your presentation. It was very interesting, and we have some questions in the chat for you. The first one, it's what are some effective ways to communicate a company's commitment to diversity and inclusion to potential female candidates? You already mentioned this somehow, so.
Sorry, can you repeat, because there is an echo here?
Okay, no worries. What are some effective ways to communicate a company's commitment to diversity and inclusion to potential female candidates? So the ways for a company to communicate this commitment to diversity and inclusion for female candidates.
Okay. So in my opinion, it is really important to have your photos of people working in your offices on your website, on your career site. Also to share them on social media, where you can also show your women teamwork, how they collaborate, but also why not spotlight these women, their accomplishments, also do a PR about their accomplishments, why not, about their career journey, so that they can inspire more women to go and work in the STEM. So this is I'm going now in some deeper thoughts, but we should all collaborate like this conference is doing, that we attract more women into STEM, into IT industry, because I think that that is a responsibility of all of us. And definitely we can do it through websites, social media, videos, events like this. Also internal events, like as I told regarding the International Women's Day.
So in a nutshell, celebrating the events, putting the women in the spotlight, and also this part of participating in this kind of events. For example, this one, it's a shared responsibility. You said it right. Okay. So, and another question: how can we involve women in tech in the decision-making process for policies that affect their work experience? I'll do it again just for you to because of the echo and so on. This is happening with other speakers. It's okay. How can we involve women in tech in the decision-making process for policies that affect their work experience? So involve women in tech in decision-making processes for these policies that will affect their work experience.
Okay, so I think that the most important thing is, as I already told, that the companies want to listen to what women have to say. And that is the most important thing, so that the leadership understands and has representatives, female representatives in leadership, that can then also act and explain why is this important to us. So first of all, I would like to resume it. So we have to have female leaders, but also all of us should have a voice and say what we would like to see in the workplace.
Sure. Agreed. Totally agreed. I was seeing if we have more questions, but not for now. Not for now.
Okay.
So, Petra, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was very clear, and it was very structured. Thank you so much for being with us and for taking the time. And hope to see you in our social network. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It is really a joy being a part of this event. And I would also like to mention, if any of your audience has an additional comment or a question, please reach me out on LinkedIn. I'm always glad to discuss these kind of topics. Thank you.
Sure, I will for sure. Thank you. So, right now, we'll be back in 5 minutes for a short break, and then we'll have the last session with Eva Kozlovska. So, see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is our last session today. It's fantastic that you are with us for this last panel. So we'll have now Eva Kozlowska that will talk about personal branding and professional networking, crafting your unique identity and building meaningful connections. Eva is the co-founder at Quibit Labs and the founder of Women in Tech Ukraine. And she is also a sought after speaker at global tech conferences and an author of various webinars and articles on tech-related topics. Currently, she leads her own company and helps clients from the USA, Europe, and also Australia to establish development teams worldwide. So let's welcome Eva to the stage. So, hello, Eva.
Hi. Hi, nice to
How
meet
are you
you.
doing? Nice to
I'm
meet you
doing
too.
great, thank you.
So you are our last speaker for today, and you are going to talk about a very interesting topic about our unique identity and meaningful connections, and of course the personal branding. So be very welcome, and the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Yes, that's already mentioned. My name is Eva Kozlowska, and today I will try to explain you something about personal branding and professional network. And before I will start my presentation, I would like to tell you a little bit about why I choose this way of information structure. I prepared my presentation and I found a lot of information saying about how you should to start to build your personal brand, what is actual for now, because everything changing so fast, and what was actual yesterday, today it doesn't work. So, and I decided to show you what happened before you start to build your personal brand, like what you should to do before you even start any action in this way. So this is why I would like to tell you that personal brand is always about communication and sharing experience, and we should understand that we are ready, we are ready to do that. We are ready to build our personal brand, like psychologically, like expertly, that we really want it and we really need it. That is why I created this list of questions we should to answer for ourselves before we start something. And these answers will help actually to us to build correct strategy for us. So it's everything individually. So after we will answer on all of these questions, I will share with you today. I will try to explain you what this question means. So after this, in final results, you should to have vision, what you need to do, how and where and when. So when we start to build our personal brand, we should understand our goal, like for what we need it. Sometimes people doing this just because they have colleague who is doing it, and they have like influencer who is doing it, and they would like to have it for themselves, but they don't understand for what they need it. So first we need to answer for ourselves why I need to build, for what I need to build, what kind of results I would like to receive after I will start these activities. So this is examples of the reason, as usual, people have when they start to build their personal brand. Like I would like to be expert in my industry, I would like to be top marketing manager or top talent manager, or I would like to be top financial manager, and I would like to show potential companies with who I would like to work. I want to show my expertise. So I want to prove them that I know what I'm doing, that I'm expert, and that's how companies will come to me and offer me the job, or try to buy my consultation or something. So that is one reason why people start to build personal brand. I would like to have good job, so I show my expertise for that reason. Second is like a lot of people now would like to start their own consultancy. A lot of mentors we have, a lot of coaches we have now, and especially in Ukraine. Like before even COVID, it was less coaches in Ukraine. Now it's much more. And that is the reason why they need to build their personal brand, because they need customers. So I would like to sell my consultations. That is why I need to show people that I know what I'm talking about, and I want to show what I know, and they will come to me and ask my advice. That is like the reason second. Then I'm a social worker, like for example, me. I have Women in Tech Ukraine initiative, a social initiative, non-profitable, and we are doing social projects with in inclusion or in education, and we try to collaborate with best partners. So when company come to us and try to collaborate with us, before we collaborate with company, we check background, we check reputation, we try to understand that is everything okay with company, we have same culture, we have same goal, we're on the same page. In this case, we agreed to collaborate. If we see that we have different goals and we don't like something in reputation, we have opportunity not to collaborate, because it can influence us as well potentially. That is why we like a initiative, we try to build our brand very responsible and for our partners. Like we will show our partners that they can work with us and it will be perfectly fine. This is one goal of personal branding. And also, of course, it's famous now, blogging and influencers. So maybe you want to be one of them. This is your reason. Of course, maybe you have different reasons, but this is the most famous from what I saw. So what actually else we need to answer? Who we like, who already built successful personal brand, and we like what person doing, and we try to understand. So we should understand why we like this person, what's this person doing, from where we know this person, like which platforms person using, how he or she translates their expertise on which social media, which style and everything. Then what kind of background person have, like am I same or I have different background, we have same goals or no, why I need to understand, like I can copy something maybe from person I like because it's already successful and I can use it for myself. Do I like this style? Is this style fit with my goals? Because, for example, if it's beauty influencer and you would like to be consultant in recruitment, it can be same style but different platforms, or it can be same platforms but different style. So we should answer all of these questions before we start. Also, if what kind of tools person use for develop his or him her sorry, end of working day, my brain disappeared. So we should understand which tools person use, and we can copy the tools. Can we use the tools? Do we have budget for the tools? So these questions we should to answer as well. Next. Am I ready to be social active? This is a good question, because a lot of people think that they're ready, but when they start doing this, they understand that maybe they are not. Maybe they need some coaching, or they need some practice, or they need some time to prepare themselves. So you should be sure that you are ready to be social active. You are ready to spend time on this every day, or how many time you're ready to spend. is it your decision to build your personal brand? Because sometimes we're in a situation when we're in very supportive network and our friends always told us that we are great in our work, we are really professional, we should to be speakers, or we should build our personal brand, but we are not ready because of some reason, and we can try it, but we will not like it because we are not ready. We're just doing it for push, because somebody pushed us to do this. Do I have personal brand strategy, or do I understand what I want and why? This is a very complicated question, and but very important to answer yourself on this question. Am I confident in my expertise? Like, you should understand that I have enough content to start social activities. I have enough content to do it regularly, not like once in a while. I'm ready to share my experience. I have different topics to share. So you should, and of course, you should be confident in yourself. How you take a criticism. Of course, when you start to build your personal brand and you share your experience, because it's from what we start this presentation, it's about communication and sharing experience. Not everybody will be very happy with this, and sometimes you can meet people who will criticize you, and you should understand how you will accept it. Will be okay, or you will be upset about this. And of course, when time coming and you start to build your personal brand, and first criticize will be not okay, then maybe better, and then you will understand that some critics is even helpful for you, because you can make yourself better, and some critics you receive just because people have a lot of free time. So but it's you will have it after some time. First time critics very not comfortable, I think, for most of people. So, and last question on this topic about imposter syndrome. So a lot of times, and very famous situation when people stop themselves just because of this syndrome. So they're great expertise, they're great speakers, they have a lot of information to share, they can help people, they can be mentors, but they don't do that because they have imposter syndrome. So when you will understand if you have it, and maybe it's stopping you from develop yourself and your personal brand, that is the first step, because now you have it, or you don't, I don't know, and you can work with it. You can understand that, okay, it's not like real situation, it's just the syndrome, and real situation, I'm great and I'm ready to do that. But you should understand if you have it. This is standard slide, standard questions, what we answer all time whenever we start business, we start to build our personal brand, we start initiatives, anything what we do, if it's commercial or non-commercial, if it's oriented to people, we should answer on this question. This is pretty standard avatar of audience, so I will not stop on this slide. I'm not sure that we have a lot of time. After my speech, I will be happy to answer all questions, of course. So, how many hours and how many time I'm ready to spend on it? Personal branding takes time, and not like 1 hour per month, 1 hour per week. It takes some time, and it depends, like, you need to have discipline. You should understand that you have this time. You should have time to prepare content. You should have time to share content. So it's like work you need to do, and it's, of course, take your time. And before you start anything, you should understand that, do I have enough time to do that, or I don't, or how I can make my time free for this, because time is always a resource, not enough. Sometimes you want they be longer than 24 hours, but it's still 24 hours. So we need to understand that, okay, to build personal branding, I need to post every day, maybe not one time. I need to speak on a conference. Before conference, I need to prepare my presentation. I need to be sure that my presentation is interesting. And all of this time, and when you, for example, work full-time or you study and you have just a couple of hours per day to spend for something not university, how you will spend the 2 hours, 3 hours? You will build your brand or you will go chill with your friends, it all depends. So when we start to build personal brand, we should to understand clear that it's take time regularly and how much time we have to spend on it, and be sure that we have this time. So next, who can help me? So always we need some help, like we need some advice, especially from people who already doing what we want to do. So that is why we need to understand, maybe we have who the person we can ask advice from. It can be any person. It can be a person you know, it can be a person you just like, and you can connect anywhere. If you find the person like LinkedIn, you can ask questions, you can ask for advice. Think about this. Do I have person I can ask for advice about personal brand? Secondly, do I want to work with agency? Like as usual, with agency, you work, of course, if you have budget for that. But agency can help you to build your personal brand, but you, of course, need to have money. And if I'm ready to invest in my personal brand, and if I'm ready to work with agency, or I would like to do it by myself. So do I know people who are working in PR and marketing? Like you can ask your friends or friends of your friends about advice who are working in marketing. They can give you some tips. They can give you some advices about how better to start in your situation, in your goals, where your audience, how to connect with your potential partners or other. Criticism again. And do I know people who know people? Like sometimes we can think that we don't have correct network for our goals, but we can analyze and see that maybe our network has network who can help us with our goals. In this situation, we should just try just to text people, just to ask advice. In bad scenario, people just will ignore your question, but in good scenario, you will receive a lot of useful information. Next, where can I find network? I think it's pretty standard slide, but sometimes people just don't use their networking. Networking is everything what help us to build everything. Like network help us to build business, network help us to study in university, network help us to start social initiatives, any projects, pet project, professional projects, all of those projects about people and with people. So this why we need to understand who we have, who we know, who we can ask, who we can contact, and don't like sometimes people don't want to, they know people, they know that people can help them, but they don't want to disturb them. I think like everybody like when someone asks them for advice. So if you will contact people, even strangers on LinkedIn, it's okay, because for example, if you texted to me on LinkedIn and ask my advice, I will be happy to share with you my advice, because it shows that I have my personal brand if you ask me for advice. And same like most people, especially on LinkedIn. Also, people who open to share their advice, they can put on their profiles that they open for mentorship. So they invite you like this to their network. And we should to use it. Why not? So this is all what we have here on the slide, where you can find network. Especially I like point everywhere, because network is everywhere. You never know where you will find person who can help you. And I think it's my last slide, but I think it's a very important slide that we need to make a list of criteria how we will understand that we build successful personal brand. What is our criteria? Because like it's never enough. We can do a lot of stuff. We can build. We can receive huge results, but still will not be satisfied. So we should understand that this is a criteria. If I have all of those from my list, this is supposed to mean for me that I'm successful in personal branding. This is like examples. It's not my criteria. This is just examples what I mean. Like my goal to make 10K per month. If I build my brand and I have this amount, this means that it's successful. I would like to be invited from conferences like a speaker, like an expert, once a month or once a quarter, doesn't matter. And it will show me that I built successful personal brand. Or I would like to have subscribers, or I would like to receive requests for my consultations, that many. Or I want to be media person and invited by media, and it will show me, like, you need to understand what will show you that you on the right way, on your goal. Yes, this is my last slide. I hope these questions will help you to understand yourself, will understand if you in that position when you're ready to start to build your personal brand, and also what kind of personal brand and why you need and want to build. And if you have any additional question, you can connect me in LinkedIn, or this is my number, this is my email. I open if you have questions. I'm always ready to answer and to give you advice if you need one. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Eva, for your insightful presentation about the personal branding and all the questions we should do to ourselves to move forward with it or not, and have this effort. So we have two questions. One of them is, are there any case studies or examples you can share of individuals who have successfully built strong personal brands? I will repeat. Are there any cases, studies, or examples you can share of individuals who have successfully built strong personal brands?
Again, it depends. Thank you for questions. It depends what you mean successful personal brand for you. Like who the person. If you speak about, for example, my influencer, I like people, I like their personal brand. For me, it's like in LinkedIn, I can see how many people follow person. For me, this is a criteria that if like thousands of people follow a person who share business content, for me, it's supposed to mean that this person builds successful personal brand because people subscribe, people interested in this content, people interested in this advice. And if it's like more than 1 year like this, it's and growing, for me, it's showing that this personal brand successful. Or like if we speak about different content, of course, it's how many subscribers, how many views, what kind of feedbacks person have. Like we can check comments, we can check what person, like if people ask person for advice in comments, we can see if person was on some conference with speech. Maybe we can see record of speech and see these materials and understand like, okay, it's like useful information or not useful information, all depends. But I don't have strict answer for this question. All depends about what kind of personal brand you mean and what kind of successful or not successful criteria for you.
Okay. Okay, I see. And in the last slide, you mentioned this part about the metrics and so on. And actually, we have a question about that. I don't know if you would like to elaborate. That is, what metrics should I track to measure the success of my personal branding efforts? I will say it again. What metrics should I track to measure the success of my personal branding efforts? So this person, I believe, wants some kind of metrics, examples about to know if he or she is having this success in the crafting of the brand, the personal brand.
Okay, I think I will answer the same way because, like, for let's like example me especially. For me, personal brand successful if customer come to me and tell me that he or she came from recommendation. This is the first sign for me. Second sign for me that if conferences contacted me themselves to invite to be speaker, like not I'm contacted conferences and ask them about opportunity and tell them that I will be happy to join their speakers panel or something. They contacted me themselves. It means that they saw me somewhere. They checked that this contact will be good enough for them and invited me. Then subscribers, like we have content. If you speak about social initiative, subscribers very important for us to see that we are doing useful projects because we are doing projects for women in Ukraine, and as many people will subscribe on our content, as many people are interested and think that this content is useful and can help them to build career in IT. So this criteria for my initiative. This is example. So you can have your own criteria. Depends on what kind of personal brand and goals, why you're doing this, you have.
Sure. So this is something very personal, and it has totally to deal with the expectation the person has. What is the main goal? If this is for example, job searching, or this is for self promotion, or if this is for any other idea the person had in order to make he or she visible in the world, I would say. So yeah,
Yes,
it's something very
totally
very personal. Yeah. Okay. So from our side, there are no more questions in the chat right now. So I would like to thank you for the example and for the fast forward presentation you showed with the data and everything very clear. Thank you for that, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much. I hope it will be helpful for audience. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. So right now we are ending the conference, She's Tech. We don't have any more questions in the chat, but still, please do not leave the channels and She's Tech Hub, because actually you can continue the conversation, you can keep the flame burning bright, and you can talk and interact with other people, and even on LinkedIn you have people to search for and to ask advice. So please keep the community She's Tech active. And I would like to thank you very much to our speakers that really shared their wisdom, their experience, and they really invested in this event, to their time and their knowledge and the quality of the practices they shared. So thank you very much to all of you, and let's keep the dialogue alive. It was an honor and a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you so much. Bye.